Ghost's strength as a team is just their aggression. I think they have a really solid early game. They know what they're going to do, and when they execute it properly, they run the map like almost no other team in the league. So when Ghost is just on and they have a good aggressive draft, they can squeeze out a team in less than 20 minutes.
There's always a chance you could just lose in 20 minutes against Ghost.
They have a game plan every game, and they go into the game knowing what to do, and they execute it pretty well every time. Their early game just been really good. Apart from their last set, I think they stumbled a bit early, but I think that was more to do with their draft. But their early game generally throughout the whole split has been really good. So
they know who to play really good early game, and they know who to snowball the game.
I think Mike brings like a whole different thing to support, kind of like Aurora does, where like he just makes so much room and does like so many crazy plays, where it just completely like opens up the game. And I just think like his team plays so well around it, and like Panda and Mike has been together for so long, where they have like really good synergy, where I think like they can kind of just like blow open that side of the map and just like completely win the game off of that for sure.
I feel like when we have control within lanes or just opportunities to make around the map, I feel like we're both very aggressive and intelligent with when we think we can really like open a game up, and I think sometimes that those decisions can like be risky and go wrong, but I think it also allows us to be a team that we can just steamroll over anybody like in a second.
Overall, that team, when they're finding success, it's because Mike is doing really well. But I think sometimes, I'm not sure like why their games are going bad, who's making the calls or whatever, but I think Mike is generally a really good player for that team. I think you could give an honorable mention to like Panda Cat and Fine and Sam and Twig, even like all those guys have been playing pretty well, but I think that team kind of revolves around Mike, so I'm just going to say Mike.
I think when a team is comfortable from playing from ahead, and when they always have a lead, I think when you are behind, I think if you don't have that experience being behind like other teams do, then I think that can definitely be a weakness for them.
I think it's when they kind of play like too confidently and they like go like super deep and kind of like end up throwing their lead. They kind of do it every once in a while. Or it's just like misplays happen around the map. I mean, every team makes misplays, so I think it's just like kind of them like having too much cockiness and they go too deep and then they end up dying and stuff like that.
I think they're a little bit too inconsistent for my liking right now. I think if they're playing really well, they're definitely like a contender for any tournament, but I just don't really think that they played as consistently to prove to me that they're going to win this tournament, so I think they could somewhere around third, fourth, maybe a semis exit, something like that.
I think Ghost are going to finish third or fourth.
I think Ghost will place third, fourth.
I could see Ghost maybe making semis, or maybe even losing to Renegades. We'll have to see.
It depends on how they practice with the sub, in my opinion. Where they could be really good and finish first, or they could be like really bad and finish sixth or fifth.
It's hard to tell because of our situation with a sub, assuming we get out of the first round. I'm really confident that we're one of, if not the best team, so I easily think we could get to the finals or win the whole tournament.
I think the way they play and the way they start, there's a good chance they could get really far ahead early game and try to blow you out.
I think Renegades have a potential to have a really good game and be able to snowball off it with Jake spearheading it.
I think Renegade's best player has definitely been Jake. I mean, the confidence on him to play first split and play as aggressive as he's doing, with how little it's backfiring for the team. I mean, it's giving Barracuda and Lasborough so much space to flank and all-in team fights. And I think the way he's playing right now, if he keeps going, as long as he finds consistency, then they'll be definitely one of the better teams by the end of the year.
I think Renegade's best player so far has been Awesome Jake.
I feel like it's kind of hard to decide between the two of them, but I think Jake and Barracuda have both played really well. Jake's been more of a surprising factor, but I think Barra's definitely stepped up this year, especially since like the previous years haven't been so great for him. I feel like Barra's definitely stepped up, and even when his team doesn't do too hot, he usually stands out as the guy that like still does still does stuff for the team, has that high player damage, and so has a big impact on the game.
I'd say Renegade's best player has been the 408 baby. I think Jake has played really well this split, and I think that a lot of people were proven wrong who thought that he didn't belong in the league, and I think Jake has had some really like pop-off moments and some really good games to kind of show that he's a good player.
I think the strength with Renegade is they have a great dual lane in my opinion. They have a strength dual lane, and they can approach that Barracuda with J combo as is so good. In my opinion, I think that's a great strength for Renegades.
If they all know that this is kind of like a work in progress, and if they just put a little bit more time into it, like just to weed out some of the mistakes you're just going to make when you're new to the league, then I think they'll be a really, really solid team. Because you have players like Solo or Troll, who's got really good mechanics. Awesome Jake, got good mechanics as well, kind of a wonky play style. I think support is a pretty hard role to kind of be a rookie in, because you get punished pretty hard in that role, especially in this season. And I think that if you just give them a bit more time and they kind of learn from their mistakes, that they'll be a really strong team.
I think Renegade's greatest weakness is probably going to be getting to the later stages of the game. So once you get to 30, 40 minutes, I think Jake, you don't really see these kind of like fire giant fights, the 5v5 like stalls late game you do in rank. And I think maybe that experience for late game might be a problem for Jake, even as much as he shines to the early game. I think that could be a problem, and you saw that in the Radiance versus Renegade set last week.
I think their greatest weakness is team fighting. I think there's a good chance they're not on the same page a lot of the time, so...
I mean, I'm kind of biased with this answer, but I'm going to go ahead and say that Renegades get 3-0'd by us in the first round, and Woonyoung Jim absolutely puts on a show.
I don't see a scenario where Renegades wins against Ghost, so I think they'll lose in quarters.
I think we are going to finish. I think we're either going to finish 6th or we're going to finish 1st or 2nd, in my opinion.
Well, Baba is brewing something up there in our bumper, and we're brewing something up for you here with Ducky now on the desk with me for our second and final set of this Friday. Ducky, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm just trying to sort out my settings real quick, and I'll be right with you. No, I'm having a good day.
You sound perfect. You look great. I'm glad your day is going well. What have you made so far of the set we've seen? PK versus Radiance. Did that one go about as you expected?
I thought PK would have played more around the early game. I didn't like that when he picked the Osiris in the second game, I think it was. They kind of just left him on Solo Island, I think. But I think Cyclone popped off today. I was kind of impressed.
He did. He did. It's a big kind of turnaround game there for Cyclone Spin. Of course, that was what we saw first today. Ghost Gaming and Renegades is up next on our slate. And then, as has been mentioned before, TBD for Sanguine and Space Station. Their opponents tomorrow will be decided by Sanguine after the outcome of this game, Ghost Gaming versus the Renegades. All right, Ducky, kind of at a high level, though, you look at these two teams, Ghost Gaming versus Renegades. Who do you maybe give an edge to, at least going into it on a surface level?
I think it depends, because obviously you've got the super sub Row in the solo lane on one team, and he will just put on a show if you give him the god he wants. And then on the other side, you've got who's on Ghost now? You've got Baskin in the mid lane, so the two super subs going at it. Just like our games, we had Kassir, and so we'll see what happens. I don't know.
Yeah, right. All right, well, let's maybe sink our teeth into Ghost a little bit extra, though. They obviously have Baskin here filling in. Mechanically, never a doubt with how talented the guy is. Do you think it's a kind of a plug-and-play that makes sense here for Ghost? Do you think Baskin is a player and then also Ghost is a team that can adapt to a change like that?
Yeah, I think Baskin can just fit into any team. I think he's played at the pro level for quite a while now, so he knows what he's doing. And the rest of Rival should be able to just fit around that. I mean, you've got Sam in the jungle, FineOK in the solo. PBM has been putting on a show with these aggressive picks like Hercules, Audio. So I think they should be fine getting a new player in.
Yeah, fair enough. I think the adaptation certainly will be tested there for them. Ducky and I have gone back and forth on it a little bit. Sam for Soccer, though, I had the opportunity to sit down with him and see how he's feeling prior to their matchup against the Renegades. Hey guys, I'm here with Sam, the jungler for Ghost, and they've got a big matchup against the Renegades in round 1 of the Phase 1 playoffs. Now, Sam, kind of as an overview maybe at Phase 1 here for Ghost, 3rd seed locked in. Only 1 win behind, though, the 2 teams in 1st and 2nd seed. At 9-5, though, that speaks to how competitive I think the league is this year. Would you say the team is happy with how things ended up after Phase 1?
I think generally, I mean, we're fine with it, right? So, like,
Right.
you could call us, like, a new team because of the role swap, like, or me joining and then Ben role swapping to mid. I mean, 9-5 or being 3rd's, like, pretty good. I think, obviously, you always, like, want to go for 1st, but, like, this is still fine. I don't think anybody's, like, too unhappy, really.
Well, you brought up Captain Twig, still won't be available for the first matchup here, and
Yeah.
it is Baskin who's actually going to be filling in there in that spot for you guys. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think he slots into the team well?
Yeah, I mean, I think the general thoughts are that even though, like, we have to get a sub, I mean, obviously, you're just happy that it's somebody that we can all, like, trust, and we all think is a really good player, so that's, like, really nice to be able to get somebody as good as Baskin. Yeah, I mean, we'd rather be playing with Ben still, but if you can play with him, yeah, why not Baskin?
Sure. Given the circumstances, somebody who's mechanically strong as Baskin certainly can't be a bad thing. Now, maybe final thoughts around this matchup. It's a 2-0 for you guys to start off against the Renegades, and a 2-1 later on in the phase against the Renegades. These are obviously best of 5 sets here in the playoffs. Do you think that changes the dynamic at all? And then maybe second of all, where's your confidence going into a matchup, a best of 5 matchup against the Renegades?
Changes that dynamic. I don't know. Best of 5s, I think, are just better. There's less or more room for error in general. Like dropping a game isn't as big. I don't know if it really changes the dynamic. I still expect to win. We won both times in this season. I guess we gave up 1 game, but I don't know. I'm feeling pretty confident. I honestly would expect like a 3-0. Honestly.
Hey, fair enough. You guys are coming in one of the best teams in the league, looking like one of the best teams in the league, and if you play like it, could get the 3-0 here today. Sam, thanks for taking the time and best of luck.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Well, Sam is feeling confident to the tune of a 3-0 potentially here today over the Renegades. Their opponents, though, the Renegades, as mentioned, a team that took a little while to get themselves confirmed into the playoffs, and maybe hot and cold, tough to lock down. But Ducky, as we were talking prior to broadcast today, you know, a lot of us, and I think a lot of viewers even at home, are kind of thinking, well, you know, Ghosts are just playing too well. Baskin, you know, potentially is going to look strong. Renegade's still playing, you know, with the sub, even a super sub, as you point out. But you're not ready to count out the Renegades just yet.
No, especially with my old mid laner, Lasbra, in the jungle role now. Kind of being a staple player when he picks the Pele or the really aggressive assassins. I think he kind of pops off. So we'll see if Ghost Gaming look to take that away from him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The dynamic between Lasbra and Sam, I think, throughout this set is going to be a lot of fun to follow. Now, you being a solo laner yourself, do you think there's an area where Fine OK can maybe out-bully Ro, or do you think Ro is still strong enough a player that he can stand his own up against one of the best in the world?
Out-bully Ro? Do you think that's even possible? Ro?
I guess
that's
not.
crazy. It depends if he gets his picks. Like, you've got the Yorm, the Sobek, the Serb, the Vamana. If they ban all of them, then we'll see. But other than that, I don't know. I don't know if Fine can
Yeah, I don't know, Ducky.
I
feel dumb for even asking it. The fact that my brain even goes there, I don't know. At least something to be desired. We, though, were able to talk to some of the Renegades guys prior to this big matchup and see how they're feeling, so take a listen. Alright, I'm here with Barracuda mid laner for the Renegades. They've got a matchup against Ghost Gaming today. Now, Barracuda, kind of a Phase 1 overview. 6 seed for you guys, 5-9. It took the very last game of the split to get you guys in. What's kind of the Phase 1 maybe mental recap here for the Renegades?
It kind of went better than I expected, honestly. I expected us to lose a lot more sets and basically not win a game against the top seeds and like middle seeds. But we brought a lot of games, I guess, like to the end, basically. Right. I mean, we threw a lot, but I don't know, we played well a lot. I don't know. We played better than expected.
Sure. No, hey, sometimes that's all there is to it, and I absolutely agree with that. Now, last week, and you know, you don't have to go super in depth on this if you don't want to. Obviously, Roe filled in last week. Is it the same plans moving forward here this week? How confident are you guys with that look at the roster?
We're more confident now than we were last week, because last week it was kind of like, oh, Roe's playing for you guys, here we go. But now we've had like 3 days of scrims with them, I think, and some of the scrim days went really good. Some of the scrim days were pretty bad. But we're just going to take whatever went good on the good scrim days and kind of apply it towards our set today.
What kind of final thoughts on your matchup today? It is against Ghost, and earlier on it was a 2-0 for them and then a 2-1. So to your point, you're able to push these top teams and the top seeds to these 3-game sets. These are obviously best of 5s. What's your confidence like going into a set against Ghost?
Confidence is pretty high. I think it's going to sound really stupid and really obvious, but whatever team plays better will win. Like, if we play up to where we have been playing in scrims and where I think we can play, then we'll take the set. But if they are able to apply their early game strategies and we're not able to recover from it or adapt to it in the set, we will just get blown out. So it kind of depends on us and it kind of depends on them. But that sounds really stupid, but
no.
I think with how competitive the scene is right now and how competitive SPL is right now, it's really hard to say like, oh yeah, we'll go in 3-0 them or they'll go in and 3-0 us, but just kind of like whoever shows up that day. And I think that applies to this set like really, really, really heavily.
I agree. I think it's going to be a fun one to watch. Barracuda, here's to hoping that it's you guys who show up to play here today. Thanks for taking the time and best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Barracuda still feeling confident moving into this matchup. Not at all worried about the solo laner that they have, Roe, and for good reason. I'm even, being questioned on why do you even consider Roe to be anything short of one of the best in the world. So a lot of fun to kind of sink our teeth into this one here. Now, Ducky, before we get into picks and bans, do you think jungle, we kind of talked about it back and forth, is that going to be one of the more important dynamics between these two teams that you try to focus out with one another?
It depends what Renegades want to pick. So I think Lasbro performs best when he plays the Pele, the Humbats, but I know he's been picking the Nike as well in some games. But I would prefer him to go on something, again, more aggressive like an Assassin. Sam, I think, does well on the Warriors, more so. So it'll be interesting to see which ones they go for.
Fair enough.
Because Lasbro may pick it just to take it away.
Very good point. Very good point there, Ducky. They're both very strong in the jungle, but maybe there's not always an overlap in the picks that they tend to bring out. Picks and bans, though, between these two teams will answer a lot of the questions that we have on the table moving into this one. Obviously, the long lane, I think, is something else that has to be looked at. Jake versus PBM, I think, is going to be an interesting dynamic kind of moving through here. Jake, obviously, has become known for kind of this unbridled aggression, just sort of run at you and hope it works. Do you think that's a play style, Ducky, that could work up against Ghost and more specifically maybe PBM?
That depends, because I think PBM plays the same style, pretty much. Like, the aggressive picks is really well on them, the Herc, the RTO, Fafnir maybe. But Jake likes to tend to go for the Horus or Xingqian, I believe. So well, it'd be nice to see which gods they go for, because they may just try and take each other's pick to get the pressure and duo.
Again, the old pick / ban kind of in one fell swoop there. Aphrodite and Raijin, though. Aphrodite, we wondered if she would be heavily picked or banned in our first set, and I think she went unpicked and unbanned throughout pretty much the whole thing. Feeling differently, though. Strong, though, is Venenu in that mid lane, so I think smart taking away the Jingwei here is Ghost. So you got Aphrodite, Raijin, Jingwei. Do you like the way that Ghost have started off their ban phase here?
They got rid of one of Barra's top picks, and a very safe pick at that, the Jingwei, so I think that helps get the duo pressure if they want to go for the Horus or RTO onto PBM. Raijin's always a strong pick. Merlin's still open, but I don't think people prioritize it as much as we do, for example. I know Wolfie likes it a lot, but I don't think these teams will pick it. Afro healers are just very strong, so good to get rid of both of those. Same on the side of Renegades, they ban the hell. Heimdall first pick, that's a kind of safe pick in duo. I'd like to see Barra pick Hu Yi maybe into that.
Sure.
Or maybe Hachiman if he wants to stay safe. There's the Jake Xingchen that I think will go to him. Could go solo, but I doubt it. Because Rose Yorm's still up and he should pick that third. But I suppose we'll just see.
Yeah, it's a good start to this this pick phase here for the Renegades. Xingchen, obviously you point out, good pick there. We figured Lasbra would want to be on this Hun Bat or something like the Pele, so I think not only good to get Jake on a comfort pick, but get Lasbra on something that can keep these games moving in their favor. Now on the opposite side, Ghost have already picked their long lane entirely. Heimdall for Panda Cat, and then PBM will be on that Yamoja. Do you like those two characters together, Heimdall and Yamoja in the long lane?
That's a lot of pressure in the duo lane, so I think Barra has to opt for something safe here, like the Hachiman, over the Hu Yi, because I think he may... Actually, no, Hu Yi may be better for the Yamoja rule, so I'd like to see that here. They take away the Yorm from Ro as well, so he's going to opt for Amaterasu, which is a very safe solo pick. Perfectly fine.
Yep.
I'd like to see Ghost ban Hunters here.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
suppose
I think
we'll see what happens.
with Renegades looking for something along that dynamic, Ghosts certainly have the ball in their court for taking some Hunters off the table. I think it was Ro before he played in the set last week for the Renegades tweeted out the video of him locking in the Jormungandr. So Ghost, I think, smartly taking that one away from him there. Ghosts still need a jungler though. Renegades obviously know that. So a Wheelix taken away. There's a Nuwa banned out by Ghost. So Renegades do still need mid. They do still need Hunter. But surprising maybe that they're not limiting what Barracuda will be able to pick. What the Renegades answer back with here in their second wave of bans I think will be interesting to follow as well. And it is the Kali. So Renegades with their final two bans here aim at Sam in the jungle. Do you like that mindset, Ducky?
I think it's good to ban the Awilix since they have the Yorm solo, which is very easy to get picks early on. So I'd like to see Sam pick something aggressive early, like one of those warriors, like the Erlang Shen Osiris, maybe, even if he wants to play that. Suppose we'll see. Barra going Chernabog, which is a nice safe pick, so whenever he gets pressured out in duo, he should be able to ult out and be safe and sound, which is good to see. Not a lot of pressure on Renegades' side, which kind of sucks into the Yamoja Heimdall in the duo lane. Yeah, so I'd like to see maybe some pressure in the mid lane.
Well, the Ghost have found a lot of pressure in the ban phase here in the mid lane. I mean, look at what Venenu has had taken away. All but the Jingwei have been centered at Venenu, and then, of course, the Jingwei is centered there at Barracuda. Toth now is a pick that we have maybe seen once or twice so far in the SPL. Robin to round things out for Sam. What do you make of the Thoth pick here in the mid lane? Do you think that fits into the Ghost draft?
I think it's a nice pick. They don't really have a lot of objective damage here, though, with Heimdall and Thoth, so it might be a bit rough late game. But Renegades going Janus. Wow. Did you look at that? No pressure on Renegades.
Do you think the Renegades have got a good draft?
I don't like the Janus pick. I would have liked to see more pressure on Renegades' side. I don't know. Maybe it's a good pick into Thoth. I don't really know the mid lane too well, I'm gonna be honest, and not really seen much Janus lately. So I guess we'll see how that one plays out.
Yeah, it's been a lot of hurry wind on the Janus and not much else. Well, apparently it's going to be Venenu in that category as well. Ghost versus Renegades, game number 1. Let's kick it off.
Thanks, Dolson and Ducky. Nice to see him in a whole new light as we are heading into game number 1 between Ghost and Renegades. Ghost playing with a sub in there, the return of Baskin, young man Wooney, and on the other side, Ro replacing Solo or Troll. So Mifflin, we're going to be seeing 2 different subs here, but I just don't think all the subs are made equal. Hard not to be leaning towards Ghost when they're able to bring Baskin in.
I mean, Wooney Kim's going to turn a game on its head regardless of whether or not it's in the SEC, if it's in the SOC, if it's in the SPL. This guy's got the mechanical skill to show. Barracuda under a little bit pressure in the early. Panicat moves up, gets traded out a little bit against Jake. That's a bit of aggression from the Ghost Gaming boys. Pretty characteristic of their play style, but it shouldn't amount to too much unless PBM gets a little cheeky steal.
he'll head back over, and this is still the right thing for Polar Bear Mike, letting this little bit of solo farm head over there towards Paying the Cat, and then still maybe some steal potential. When he realizes there's nothing there, he'll rejoin his hunter. And so the game continues. You heard Ducky talking a little bit on the desk about wishing they had more pressure out of this mid-pick on the side of Renegades. Did you agree with him? Do you feel like this draft from the Renegades has enough pressure there for him? As I think it's worth mentioning the Xing Chen is for Ro over and Sol and the Ama for Jake, maybe a little bit different than what we expected.
Man, I knew I liked Ducky for a reason, because I wholeheartedly agree. Yanis is going to be very easy to pick in the early, as shown by Baskin right here. Loses out on the beads and his life, so that's going to happen again. He's got to be worried about this Robin going forward, and that's what Yanis has to be worried about consistently. He doesn't have very good wave clear, so he can't move up to the middle of the map very easily. His damage output's very low at this point in the game, so even if he does trade health bars, Sanford Soccer is going to come out ahead every step of the way. This Ama is a good way to fight into the duo, so you might get a bit of pressure in that long lane. But short of that, Xing Shen is a god that you pick to sit in lane and not die. He's got HP 5 in the passive. He's going to be able to sustain up very easily. But it's not pressure there. Junglers, it's going to go the pressure the way of Ghost. They've got Robin as opposed to a Hunbots. Renegades might get outclassed in the early game. Come late, they might scale just a bit better.
Looks like chat agrees with you. Ghost appear to be the 76% favorite as opposed to Renegades, and I think that with who the sub is, it makes some sense. But it's worth considering that they have not had a whole lot of time to play with Baskin. Talk to me a little bit, Mifflin, about what it's like to add in, to slot in a new mid laner as opposed to some of the other roles. How much trouble do you think it really adds, or do you think it is a bit more plug and play?
I think mid lane is potentially one of the most plug-and-play roles in Smite. You want your mid laner to do two things. Let you know when a jungler is crossing the lane and hit his abilities. Baskin going to be more than capable of both of those. As opposed to solo or jungle, both are pretty plug-and-play. Jungle a little bit less so. I think that playing with a sub in general, just someone you're not used to playing with, can go one of two ways. If Ghosts win out in the early, it's almost like a honeymoon phase. You're feeling really good about it. Baskin's rolling in. You guys are having a good time. If they lose out, that might be where the frustration gets to start up. I doubt that Ghosts are going to be too worried about it, though. Baskin's someone that you could trust.
That's true. At this point in the man's storied career, how much more must he do in order to convince? He sort of earned that super sub title at this point, as he just kind of feels like he could just hop in any role, solo, mid, hunter, wherever you might need to put him, and you can expect him to perform at a high level. But he'll have his chance to prove it here before too long. Purple defended by Ghost, despite some encroaching members of Renegades, but not really any chance for them to get in there and steal. So aside from that first blood in mid, things have been relatively slow, but already 1,000 gold or so amassing for Ghost in the lead.
That's right, and Baskin has already returned to base, so he's got the Shoes of Focus online. He hit his power spike a bit earlier than Ven, especially considering that first blood. Ven's going to have to play safe until the beads are back up, but as far as XP goes, they're largely even across the board. The really only huge deficit is for Sanford Soccer. Lazarus, falling a little bit behind in the early, is to be expected against a bridge jungler like Robin. He's going to get out-cleared, he's going to get out-pressured, but the second Lazarus hits level 5, he needs to start looking to aggress maybe towards this duo lane. We've seen already that the 408 and Barracuda are getting highly aggressive. With some assistance from Lazarus, they might be able to find some kills, get some pressure over there, then look towards the Gold Fury.
So perhaps the long lane could be the place to look. Or just trying to make Awesome Jake a part of it wherever it ends up that you're going. You mentioned that, how aggressive he'd been in that long lane. I feel like that's when Jake's playing at his best, when he gets to play some of these picks that are a little bit unorthodox. You don't see Ama support that often anymore, even though it did used to be popular. And then he kind of gets to just go in and try and make plays, see what he can set up, see what he can find. I feel like that's when you get the most out of Awesome Jake, instead of maybe forcing to play like some of the other supports, as Lazarus does get away from some of this aggression from Ghost on the right side, as they are all in on stripping away this blue buff, and really not much Ro can do to defend it.
Just about nothing. Ro made the right play, which was no play. Sit in your lane, you're not fighting into that. Lazarus got caught out a little bit early on, so you don't even have the backup of your jungler. Losing out on that blue buff is going to be rough for Xing Shen. Mana sustain, not his strength. Health sustain, a little bit more so, but maybe not if he just gets picked out here. Sanford Soccer on the way in. I don't even think we needed help there. Final K's got it, man. Super sub, Ro, controlled.
Yeah, there was really not much chance that he could survive once he'd made that choice to commit to try and see if he could get that totem. Just maybe not recognizing just how much damage Final K was capable of putting out at this point with those damage lifesteal boots there as well. Jake just barely getting away from that River's Rebuke. That could have certainly spelled the end for him, but he's low on mana, has the movement speed aura helping him escape, and he should be out of there. But now, Ghost have been able to find a kill in mid. They took down Venenu and in solo. Feels like just about every lane starting to follow along to Ghost's tune.
And the gold gap is continuing to grow. 6 minutes in, we're looking at about 2,100, 2,400 gold. That's absolutely insane. Sure, just think about it on its own, not a big deal, but 6 minutes? That's huge.
And low is Jake here underneath the tier 1, so he can't afford to try and stick around, but getting a bit greedy, knows he really needs this farm, does eventually decide to fall back as Ghosts start to give up some of their pressure. But you were just talking about how Ghosts are starting to really pull away from Renegades. And obviously there is, you know, the issue of them playing here with the subs, but it's also just that Ghost, I feel like, have some of these early picks. This Heimdall has pressure in his lane, the Emoja has been impactful, so has this Raven. I mean, has Renegades really had a chance to do much here at all?
They don't really have the comp to fight in at this phase. Renegades knew when they drafted all these guys that they were waiting until level 12, second relic, to start to group up, get that 3-man death ball. Even level 20 might be the best phase, as Ven's not going to be nearly as impactful. But instead, they get forced into these fights.
Fear No Evil does force Fine OK into the ultimate, but it looks like Ghosts are sticking around. Sanford Soccer has re-engaged already. A portal has been used for Venenu to try and retreat. The River's Rebuke locks in a couple members as the ultimate from Baskin was fired, and he's looking to try and find another SPL kill with Roe this low, but cannot quite get in. So they'll let Fine OK take it, evade and punish to close the gap, and Baskin now puts 2 on the board.
Yeah, 2-0 in 7 minutes. The super sub indeed. Now he's got a slight level lead as well, about 1 level over his lane counterpart inside of Ven, which is not standard. Normally, Yanis, yes, he lacks pressure, but he's one of the best at aggressively farming the map. He can leverage that mobility, clear out the back camps that Lazar might be missing out on, but instead, it's Baskin just picking up the farm scraps in kills. He's got 2 already, level 10. He's going to hit these power spikes so quickly. Already with the Spear of Desolation online, he's going to be shredding anyone that comes his way.
Going to be difficult for them to try and slow him down. I mean, at how many different various points during Baskin's career has he been able to sort of step up and perform in these big moments? Now, there's something to be said maybe about the LAN record, at least when he's on his own teams. But here, seems to be playing well and having no troubles, if you want to count this in those LAN performances. And you mentioned how normally Giannis is able to sort of keep up with the farm of the Thoth to head back to the discussion here on the actual battleground. And even though Venenu's been able to do a good job farming, it's just hard to keep up with everywhere Baskin's able to go on the map, charging Final Judgment, but a bit off the mark there.
But it does create some space and allows Sanford Soccer to run away with that speed buff right under Lazarus' nose. That's got to be so frustrating. Mid-tower getting burned down at 9 minutes. That's going to open up the map. Now, there's nowhere safe for Renegades to go. If Ghost Gaming decide to go to Gold Fury, Renegades are going to have to contest there and stick their ground and fight it out. They don't have any Bastion of safety. The same could be said of Pyromancer. Ghost, this is huge lane dominance, map dominance as well. 3,000 gold, 9 minutes in. The XP lead as well, 2 levels in the jungle. Power Spike's already hit by Robin, got the Crusher online. The damage output's going to be absolutely insane. Nobody's safe.
Nice evade and punish over the wall. Awesome. Jake ends up taking way more damage than he was looking for. He'll have a little bit of sustain to help him if he wants to try and stick around, but that just goes to show that Ghost not only have the all-in potential because of this Raven, because of the Emoji and their ability to isolate, but their poke potential from range is really strong too. It's not just Baskin on this Thoth, but once the Heimdall's involved too, they do not only beat you at multiple stages of the game, but in multiple ways in these team fights as well.
They do. I'm keeping my eyes peeled towards this Gold Fury. Already, Ghost has a commanding XP and gold lead. They're able to win out in just about every engagement. This Robin's hit a power spike. They want to make sure that they keep in getting involved before this Hunbots gets that second relic online, before he catches up at all. Robin's got a timer. He is only effective for so long in a match, but right now he's gotten so much value, already 2 levels. If Ghosts decide to head over towards the Gold Fury, their burn potential might be a bit lower since Heimdall has slower auto attacks and Baskin's not playing a traditional burn mage, but the confirm potential is all there. The Final Judgment, no one on the map's going to be able to match that level of confirm. It's not a 50-50 if Ghosts get it low. It's probably closer to an 80-20 if Baskin's there with the ultimate.
Lasbra's making his way over towards Fine, okay, and right, but really, what can he do there? The Tier 1 tower still stands even now. They'll instead move over for a bit of a fight in the jungle, but not a lot to grab here either, as Sam looks for the blink, is going to try and force this fight after all. Lasbra gets hit by the first hit from the Ormungandr, and the second one was perfect. Fine, okay, had the read exactly where Lasbra was going to go, so that's the fourth kill unanswered. Baskin charged the ultimate. As soon as Barra shows up, says hello, there's the Baskin tax. So now they're willing to commit all three members to make sure Baskin goes down. The first kill on the board here for Renegades, but how can they get out? They've committed so heavily. The Rivers of Butte cuts off any chance of escape, and they must run further into the enemy jungle so that now Ghost can find their collapse. Barracuda hides inside the wall, but the Spit's waiting for him when he comes out. Fine, okay, gets a third, and Renegades starting to struggle.
They looked a little bit overzealous. Yes, you do pick up that kill, but you put yourself so far out of position. Then was actually there. He's lucky that he wasn't spotted out by Ghost, and he's able to slip his way back to safety. But now 5-1 is a slash line. We're looking at close to a 4,000 gold lead, 11 minutes into the game. The only difference in objectives is that Tier 1 mid tower, soon to be a Tier 1 solo tower as well. We haven't had a gold free yet, no Pyromancer. This is just Ghost Gaming playing the map so well.
And I guess this is just it for Lasbro. Once he lands, PandaCat should have an easily confirmed kill, man. Only level 9 is this Unbossum affiliate. I just don't see the world back in for Lasbro right now. He's gonna have to wait, but what's more on the back foot than trying to take your own purple buff anyway? PandaCat just showed up, hit him with the full combo, and sent him to the afterlife. Now Awesome Jake, low on mana and HP, is in trouble in mid lane, but Sam does not commit, so Jake's able to make it out of there.
Looks like we might be having an early Gold Fury call. 12 minutes in, it should be started up by Ghost Gaming here. Jake hasn't backed yet. He doesn't have any ability to get there in time. Lasbra just now respawning. This should go their way for free.
Yeah, it is free. There's really not much Renegades could do to contest. I mean, even if they were nearby, they're down so much at this point. I don't even know how much they would have tried to contest, because the 6,000 gold disparity between these two squads here. And at this point, it's got to become about trying to find what farm you can while giving up as little as you can, but that's obviously so much easier said than done. What are the places where Renegades can even hope to go on the map right now to try and find some safe farm?
Well, I'm thinking maybe the back camps could be a safe place to go, but those are only ups every so often. We've already seen that they're not even safe either. The speed buff's been invaded twice this game, the blue buff consistently, as has the red. I don't think Renegades has any bastion of safety. We might have to shift the focus now to grouping up and praying that you can catch them unaware. If Ghost Gaming goes in as 2 or 3 members as they have been, and Renegades respond as 5, that might be the way back in. But the sacrifice is that you won't have any time to farm. You can't go back to your lanes. You're going to be sacrificing a lot of gold and XP. At this point, 6,000 gold at 13 minutes. Maybe Renegades have already missed that point of opportunity to get involved. They might have just already lost out.
They might have to hope for some mistakes here from Ghost at this point and try and find what they can. Rowe looking to defend his blue will find that to be a losing battle even 14 minutes into the game. That's secured by Fine OK and Sam making another good combination. Meanwhile, Mike, looking for Awesome Jake in the jungle, does get some good damage, but no further lockdown. With this Tier 1 tower already removed, Ghost can basically move wherever they like. So they head over towards Pyro. Sam and Fine OK working on that one. Rowe steps his way in. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel forces Sam to use the ultimate defensively. Through Space and Time was used as well, but Venedu's made his way back towards safety. Pyromancer still stands, and Renegades have defended at least a little bit.
Barracuda trades out his ultimate as well. Fine, okay, forced to use the World Serpent for a bit of safety, but now Renegades are deep in Ghost Gaming's jungle, and they're out of ultimate abilities. Only Lasbra and Awesome Jake have theirs available, and the fight is on. Baskin's healthy, as is Mike. If they don't want to chase it out, they could very easily just reshift their focus back to the Pyromancer. Instead, seems like we're going to go back to farming. Ghost Gaming are playing aggressive, but they're not playing reckless. No opportunities, no mistakes for Renegades to optimize on, and the gold lead, although remaining stagnant, is still in favor of Ghost Gaming. They have a strong late game draft inside of this Thoth, inside of this Heimdall. Jormungandr is going to scale very well. Renegade's going to have a very hard time fighting in, but they're just now starting to hit level 12. They get those second relics online, and then maybe Lasbra can be the difference maker once he gets those beads.
I think that'll help. He's been forced to try and make do with just Blink up until now because he elected to go with a more aggressive option in the early game. And unfortunately for him, that is just not how things panned out. Not really given any opportunities to look for a Blink ultimate to try and make a play. Now, he does have those beads, a little bit of extra safety, so maybe that'll buy him a bit more time. But even so, who is his best target? I mean, Baskin, level 15, Panda Cat, level 16. There's not a lot there for him to try and go grab.
Yeah, maybe just look at that Yamoja, but even then, trading out your best teamfight ultimate might not be worth it. But as you said, that's the only target that I can realistically see Renegades killing reliably. It's going to be such a huge trade. Take a peek at those Thebe stacks as well. PBM already has his done. Jake only 20 in. It's going to take a while till he gets some of that defensive power online. And now the tier 1 under some duress.
And he's going to be following it up with damage. We'll get a chance to see exactly where this third item goes. Barracuda will not get off the ground. Baskin gets his third kill of the game. Sanford Soccer still taking a ton of damage, but he makes his way back out of there, so their attention turns towards Venenu. He's chilling on the right side of the map, but flattened by the final judgment. Baskin puts him in a coffin for his fourth. Now it's FinoK's turn as Lasbra, I think, recognized there wasn't much he could do there. Just ends up getting gobbled by the Jormungandr, so FinoK rejoins the fray. They dunk onto Awesome Jake as well, and suddenly Ro is the only member remaining. Not even Ro, it's a deicide as Ghost Gaming take a stranglehold on this match.
I mean, it's just straight up cyberbullying at this point. Baskin's dashing in as Thoth alone into people. That shouldn't work out just about ever, but it is because of the lead that they have, because of this dominating performance from the entirety of Ghost. Renegades can't respond. Barracuda's alive. He's not defending this Phoenix. It doesn't matter that it's 17 minutes in. It doesn't matter that they don't have Fire Giant because this lead is so dominating. Baskin was about 1/10 health, and just passive regen from PBM brings them all the way back up to half. They can return to base, spend the gold from the tier 1, 2, and Phoenix, and then get ready for this Oni, or they could do it now. No one's able to fight into him.
Looks like Panda Cat at the very least will be sticking nearby, but not to do the Oni, so he'll be disengaging. But as you said, they can kind of go whenever they feel like it at this point. They're now 10,000 gold in the lead. And I think that this is what's important. There was that moment there where their lead plateaued, but it was kind of just because they got everything. They couldn't do the Pyromancer, Fury was down, the enemy jungle was down, their own jungle was down. As soon as the opportunities opened back up to go into the jungle, to start pressuring in lanes, Ghosts are able to capitalize on it. And really, they've just played cleanly here. So far, Renegades have not been able to stop them from doing basically anything.
Finch, we're 18 minutes in. Let me just recontextualize that for a second. We're looking at 10,000 gold, potentially another pick on a Jake, and the Phoenix is already down. Oni Fury is going to go uncontested. No one from Renegades in range to do it. Fire Giant at this point, I wouldn't feel confident if I'm Renegades to contest that either, despite it only being 18 minutes in, because look at the XP. Mike's already 14. Baskin's rapidly approaching 20.
Awesome Jake again narrowly avoids getting caught in the River's Rebuke. Baskin is low, but Lasbra gets another kill. Baskin falls, as does Panda Cat. Barracuda finds that one through space and time. Lets Venenu get close. They want to keep up the chase of the PBM, who has been slowed by the threshold. Get him with the point blank unstable vortex, and Lasbra gets another. Dazzling offensive is avoided by Sam, but he's rooted. Venenu gets a kill, and Renegades, when it's playoff time, they're not ready to go home yet. FinoK, though, sees all these low health bars, but cannot find anyone. He gets there a little bit too late. Consuming Bellow does hurt, but he'll have to use his ultimate defensively at this point, as there's just no way he can stick around. Renegades still with some signs of life.
That was a good fight from them. Venenu uses that through space and time to reposition his entire team into the fight after the Oni Fury. Ghost Gaming stick around just a little bit too long. One mistake is all it takes. Baskin, left out of position and alone, turns into a free pick. And from there, Renegades were able to fight in. But look at the gold lead. They haven't closed it that much. Still 7,000 in favor of Ghost 20 minutes in. They're starting to group up around the Fire Giant. Maybe Renegades can get some of that defensive positioning, get the wards online, strip away that Pyro before Ghosts are able to regroup on it. But still, it's a very large hill they're going to have to fight up.
It's an uphill battle, but Renegades have shown that it can happen, at least in theory. They're going to need a couple more of those, though, if they're going to want to get this one closer back towards parity. And they're going to need a little bit more of Ghost, maybe taking some unfavorable fights. There is going to be a brief pause while our players work to get everything sorted, but don't worry, we'll get you back into the action I know that it's still a bad situation for Renegades, but did this fight inspire any hope for you, for the Renegades boys at all here going forward, Myth?
I think now that we've seen that they have the capacity to fight in, not grouping up on Fire Giant is no longer on the table. They're absolutely going to try their best to defend it, and they have to look for those picks. They found out now that Baskin is killable. If he can bleed, we can take him down. Baskin was looking largely untouchable for the first 20 minutes of that game, but now if they can find that dive and then dismantle the entirety of what Ghost Gaming is trying to do, that's one way in. That said, Ghost take that fight as a 5 versus 3, then a 1 versus 4, and then a 1 versus 5. They kind of let Renegades have that one.
Well, we did say that it was probably going to take some mistakes for Renegades to find a way back in. The numbers just wouldn't allow it to happen any other way because of that deficit at that point. But Ghost opened that door up just a tiny bit, so maybe Renegades actually can poke through after all. Fire Giant started for a moment, still being held onto by Final K, but Ghost are signaling that they're not all in on this objective. They want to force Renegades to step in. They want to trade out all this poke. They've got all this sustain they want to take advantage of, and so far, Renegades playing this one very cautiously.
Any bit of poke that Ghost is able to find is going to be so relevant because they have that Umoja stain to stick in these fights. Jake stepping up a bit far in front of Fine OK, but doesn't get punished for it. Baskin was too busy looking at the enemy solo laner, Ro. Now Fire Giant going to get pulled up again. Renegades have to respond, but Barracuda is trying to keep that Phoenix alive.
He's got to be over there to defend. He has the Living Nightmare, so he can rejoin them if need be, but Ghosts know that this is their best moment when they not only have the lead, but the numbers advantage as well. Barracuda's done a good job keeping that wave cleared out. If he joins with the ultimate now, it shouldn't cost him that much. Through space and time, does clip Baskin. In comes Barracuda to join, and Baskin drops first, but Final K gets rid of Venenu. Maybe the lead was too much to overcome after all, as Panda Cat shuts down Ro. As soon as Awesome Jake lands, he's right in the thick of it, gonna have to find a way to retreat, but BBM will not allow that. Barracuda's Aegis goes down, so he goes down, and suddenly it's a 4-for-1 in favor of Ghost.
And he wasn't able to defend his own Phoenix. Now that falls as well for free. Only one member left standing is Lazarus. No ultimate available for at least another minute or so. Means that what can Ghost do? They can sit there, resustain, force Lazarus to face check it, then chase him out, then go back to the Fire Giant. Final K has already rejoined the fight at full health and mana. This is looking rough. Trading out Baskin for 4 members, I wouldn't call that value.
No, it ended up being a pretty good trade for Ghost in the end there, didn't it? As you could tell, that it just takes a little bit too much of an overcommitment for Ghost to be able to find, or not Ghost, but Renegades, to find even that one pick. They're able to get there onto Baskin at this point. Plus, there was too much map pressure, right? I mean, Barracuda had to go over there to defend, and he had to Living Nightmare right into the middle of the fight. I mean, at this point, Ghosts just have so many advantages that Renegades are not going to find another fair fight.
With the clean force sweep, it meant that Ghost could also wait it out a little bit before they clear the Fire Giant, allowing Baskin to get it for himself as well. That damage output from a range that was already so crippling, yeah, it's going to get a little bit better now. Take a peek at what he's doing to just a speed buff. Imagine if that's Venenu. Imagine if it's Lazarus taking that damage. That's so much poke that they're going to have to contend with, especially on this Phoenix siege. Tier 2 towers, foregone conclusion. Renegades shouldn't be up there. But on the Phoenixes, it's going to be on Lazarus to find the huge engagement in the back. On Ven to get possibly a little bit lucky with an ultimate, snipe someone out, drop them low. From there, it's going to be really hard for them to clean up these kills. Their engagement factor is actually very weak on the side of the Renegades. If Ro can go in, burn out some beads, you might get a little bit more value off of Lazarus' ultimate, but even then, Ro's level 16. He doesn't have that much tankiness online. It's going to be very hard for them to defend.
Primal Fury will go down without contest, so Ghost now starting to group up to make their final push. As you covered earlier, that left side Phoenix did not survive that Fire Giant fight, so already Ghost have that advantage. 2 tier 2 towers to clear up, well, that should happen relatively quickly. No way that Renegades can afford to defend these. In fact, they're not even home. They're out trying to scrape what farm they can off the map, but Ghost aren't giving them much time to do the work. They're already in position to threaten mid as well.
I like the positioning. They just want to keep Renegades in front of them. If they keep this pressure up, that means that Renegades won't have any opportunity to refarm. So they're going to have to take this fight at a 12,000 gold deficit with Fire Giant on the side of Ghost. Look at the damage output from Baskin on a Ro. Immediately you realize that taking this poke war is not beneficial.
And Sam for Soccer's over in left. He's pulled Awesome Jake over with him, but from range, it's a little bit too much. Lasbra's already been brought down to 60. The mid-Phoenix has already fallen. There is the Fear No Evil. It's well placed, and Venenu does get rid of Fine OK, but Sam takes this time to re-engage. Baskin blows up Venenu the second he comes through the portal. Panda Cat takes care of Row as well, and suddenly Renegades are starting to buckle, slowed down by that Galorhorn from Panda Cat, but not enough for the kill just yet. Ghost Gaming now moving all the way into the Titan room, bringing it down to half HP, and Renegades running out of ways to keep them at bay. But Ghost must slow down one more time. They're waiting for the minions to move in. Baskin dashes as well as Awesome Jake comes down lower and lower, rooted by Sam for Soccer. The overhead kick there as well, but they turn their attention to the Titan. It's the overall goal, and Renegades out of ways to defend. It's Ghost Gaming that finds game number 1.
I'm convinced. I mean, like, that's all I can say there is I am convinced. Ghost win across the board. Every single lane got pressure. Every single lane won.
Yeah.
They got every objective barring one Pyromancer. Things are just not looking good for Renegades. They need to draft something that can fight in, some pressure somewhere on the map, somewhere that's going to scale a little bit into the early game, because if Ghost is allowed to win out early, they're just going to continue barreling through the match. Lazarus got to pick something as a bridge pick or something like that to match the pressure that Sam for Soccer was able to find, or we just got to look somewhere else. I don't know. It was so convincing for me, I couldn't tell you what Renegades have to do.
There's a lot of areas, though, that I think that they can change, which is the upside, right? As you mentioned, they could draft 4 more pressure. They've got to do something to make sure that Ven doesn't get picked instantly in that game. Remember, Baskin got basically a solo kill on him right away. There were a lot of areas where things went wrong, but that means there's a lot of areas where things can improve as well there, Mifflin. So, game number 2, a lot of work for Renegades. Maybe Dolson's got some ideas on what they can do.
We all know that... Oh, God, I nearly knocked over my desk. Oh, goodness. We all know that I've been at the top of the chair game for far too long. And every king needs his throne. Oh, and my crown's falling off, too. Every queen needs their throne as well. And now you can, too. Maxonomic, the new SMITE-branded chair. I'll even take off the comfortable head pillow that was given to me. Pre-orders now are open for this incredible piece of furniture. I finally... unboxed it, and it's comfortable, it sits well, and make sure you get on to needforseat.com. Use code SMITEMAX for $50 off, and you can be watching these events in style. And you can get your own SMITE branded chair here as well. And thank you all, first of all, and thanks Maxonomic for sending this one my way. Ducky is here. Hopefully I can thank him for breaking down what exactly happens there in game number 1, Ducky. Obviously, hindsight is easy for us to look at. Is this one just kind of lost, do you think, in picks and bans for the Renegades?
Yeah, I think that was just picks and bans diff. I don't know what went wrong there. They just picked 0 pressure, so Ghost kind of ran over them early. And then, obviously, Ghost lost a fight at the Gold Fury, and that was, I think, due to Baskin or the carriers not having their relics up. So then they got a bit overconfident there. But Ghost looked like they were in control for the majority of the game. I don't know.
Yeah, this is the scary... Ghost that when they're really starting to hit this stride, very difficult to play into them. Now we've seen a game, and maybe this is a tough one to really break down from this perspective, and the answer itself might be obvious. Do you like what you saw out of Baskin as the sub here? Do you think that this is something that could prove successful for Ghost and maybe finding the win in this set?
I mean, I was not surprised in the slightest. That was the super sub really putting on a clinic there. Gets the first blood onto Venenu. Level 2. You don't really want to see the first blood on the Foff, which is a big no-no.
No.
And then after that, he just kind of rolled over them.
Yeah, that's the opposite of what you want to see starting off the game there. We were all, I think, intrigued by Venenu going with the Giannis in that mid lane. I guess when you think back to the way Ghost banned, though, I mean, you took away so much from Venenu. 4 of the 5 bans centered around the mid laner, so no surprise at all that he has to go to something somewhat interesting, but maybe not the pick that we would have looked for there. And then it gets even weirder, not even necessarily in picks and bans. You and I are writing this Xing Qin off as Jake's through and through, and then they put Jake on Ama and Xing Qin for Row up there in the solo lane. Does that make any sense to you? I mean, where do you maybe see some reasoning there why Renegades might have made that decision?
I mean, I think Jake likes those more aggressive picks, but I don't think it was the right idea just because the other duo lane had Yamoja, and Yamoja doesn't really lose. So I think picking a pressure pick when you know you're not going to get the lane pressure anyway is just a waste. And I would have preferred to see it in solo, and then just have the Xing Chen try and stay even throughout the game and support.
Yeah, that's kind of what helped Renegades when they had Ro last week. I guess in some instances, not only staying even, but keeping himself relevant in a lot of those team fights. So now maybe, Ducky, you look at what happens in Game 1, and these are always kind of tough to break down because it's just sort of clinical from one side. You get first blood, you keep finding fights that work for you, you're playing around that lead, you don't really let anything slip. So I think, if you're the Renegades, maybe you're just kind of sweeping this one under the table moving forward to Game 2. It's a pretty high-level question, not necessarily super zoomed in on this one, but given the way these stats look, what do you change maybe in picks and bans if you're the Renegades? Draft higher pressure seems to be a popular answer.
Yeah, I think that's the case. I mean, you look at the game, and obviously Ghost was ahead for the most of it. But even then, Renegade still had some good fights. Like that one in Duo Lane, the one around Fire Giant, they were very close to turning it, in my opinion. So I think if they just pick a little bit more pressure, I don't mind the Yanis if they have like side lane pressure. So if they get that, then I think they stay even throughout the game or ahead, and then they should be able to win the team fights.
That's a really good point, actually, Ducky. Given the lead that was there, I mean, we're looking at 10K at 18 minutes or something like that. There still was a fight that the Renegades were able to come out and win. So it's not like the Renegades were completely blown out of the water. I mean, maybe 98% blown out of the water, but they still have shown that they have the ability to kind of keep themselves in these games, and that's maybe been the tendency of the Renegades throughout this year, in that you kind of, these late game, not necessarily miracle fights, but you look for Barracuda, somebody to just pop off in one of these big fights to kind of pull things back on your side. A lot of back and forth, though, about what should be changed, what needs to be changed in picks and bans for Game 2. Well, we'll get to see what the teams themselves have decided. Do you think, now obviously we've been able to look back at Game 1, do you like the mindset of Ghost banning Venenu out 4 times? Do you think that's something they might want to stick with?
I mean, it clearly worked out the first game, so I don't see why they should deviate from it. I think they try that again. Renegades, however, I think needs to get rid of the Yamoja. I think it just gives full duo pressure. It's a dumb character, so I think just get it off the table like the King Arthur, and they should be fine in the duo lane. And Jake can then pick his pressure picks, and they should win that lane depending on the picks and bans. Raging again, so yeah, Ghost doing the same thing.
Yeah, and I think that if they kind of continue with this tendency, might see similar picks on the board. I like what you bring up there with the Yamoja, though, because it's not only what it provides for Ghost, but it's what it kind of mitigates for Renegades. Not only are you giving yourself a great pressure pick, but you're locking off Jake from doing what he really wants to do best. Haven't seen her show up in the ban columns just yet. It is Ghost picking first overall, so Renegades now have to decide if Yamoja was kind of the root of a lot of that evil. No, it's still going to be the Hell banned out here from them, Jingwei, as well as the Raijin and Aphrodite. So bans remain the same here for Ghost. Relatively unchanged there for the Renegades as well. Lots of power still available on the board here. Do you think now, and Heimdall once more locked in first for Ghost, do you think now if you're the Renegades, you might need to pick a mid laner earlier to prevent Venenu from being totally banned out?
I think they should top 3 it. I don't know if they should pick it here. There's a lot of other characters open, but Yamoja's still open. They picked the Yorm for Ro, which I think is a great pick, and Ro should win that lane depending on what Fine OK decides to go with. I don't know if Jake plays Yamoja, or I haven't seen him play it consistently, so
that's true.
They may not pick that here, but if she doesn't get picked in the first 3, I'd like for it to be banned. Nike will probably go to Lasbra, I'd assume.
Mm-hmm.
There's not really one else they can go for. Unless it goes to Jake, that could be spicy, but I think it would go to Lasbra.
That would be spicy. Renegades are absolutely a team that like to bring a little bit of spice to the table. There's a bit of a different look, though. Cullen, I mean, we've seen kind of this influx of warriors in the jungle. You being a big warrior player, do you feel pretty confident in assuming that this Cullen remains in that solo lane, or do you think there's a market maybe for him in the jungle?
I think that's a solo lane Kakulin. I asked Sino if he wanted to play it like a while back, and that was a big no. He'd
Right.
much prefer the Osiris or the Nike, so I think that one's staying in solo. There's Umoja again. Love to see that character. You know, great pick. I think Renegade.
Go ahead.
Go on, you go ahead. You go ahead. You find
I was
Jake.
just going to say, I mean, I'm nervous that the Renegades have let so much of what worked well against them in game number 1 through here again. Not only does the Heimdall make its way through, Yamoja's there as well. Kokolin, granted, a different look here. And it's going to be a Fafnir, so I'm confident in saying that that's Jake. We've seen Jake on Fafnir through time and time again, so it won't be Amaterasu support this time around. Do you like the Fafnir look a little bit better for Jake into that Heimdall Yamoja lane?
I think Ghost still win the duo lane. I don't see it changing unless Barra goes Hu Yi here and then looks to solo the Heim when Yamoja's not there. I don't see them winning duo. Also, I think they need a strong mid pick, but they should ban out the mid laners here, and they don't have mid pressure, so Renegade's blue buff should get invaded every time. That's what I'm looking to see.
I have to admit I'm surprised, and maybe this is maybe it's more confidence that the Renegades have in Venenu that, all right, if Ghost are going to use all of their bans, Venenu is good enough at enough different gods that we don't necessarily need to expend one of our first 3 picks. Mirror bans from game number 1 here for Ghost. Venenu, remember, went over to that Giannis, and in a game where really nothing seemed to work out for the Renegades. Hard to really zone in on the Giannis as the end-all, be-all reason. With that, though, I mean, you always have to look at both sides of the coin. Ghost haven't picked a mid laner for themselves yet either. Scylla is going to be banned out here against Baskin. So between Baskin and Venenu, there's, 6 mid laners banned off the board. Could see some more interesting picks here. One more look at the Chernobog, though, Ducky. Chernobog and Fafnir. Tough playing into the Heimdall Yamoja, but do you like what you saw from Chernobog enough in game 1 to maybe warrant Renegades going back to him in game 2?
No. I don't I don't like those picks. I think Ghost is calm. He's got Erlang jungle now. They should just run over the solo side of the map and then transition that mid game and win the game off it. They can pick Giannis because they have pressure in other lanes, so he's just going to free farm because mid laners get the most farm in the game. So he's going to be like level 18 when Jake's probably like 14 or 13, and they should just run the map. I don't know what Renegades can pick here to change the draft. I much prefer Ghost at the moment.
Well, it was what, a thought for Ghost to round out their draft. There is still Agni on the table. If we were looking at Radiance, Big Man Tings loves the Agni. We have seen Venenu play the Agni a bit here and there. You said you prefer Ghost before the Agni gets locked in. Does the final pick there for Renegades change your mind, or do you still think Ghost have the better 5 locked in?
I still think Ghost takes it here. I'm not too sure about the Renegades draft.
Do you think that the shortcoming maybe is in the solo lane? You figure there's going to be a lot of pressure there. Do you imagine a lot of action on that side of the map?
They'll probably just go for the blue buff. I don't think there'll be a lot of fighting because Nike will probably look to go to red instead of the blue. But we'll see what happens again.
We'll have to see what happens in game number 2. Can Ghost make it 2-0, or will Renegades tie it up? We'll go down to the casters to find out.
Thanks, Dolson and Ducky. We did get to see a little bit of what Renegades could do in that last game, but it was largely an exhibition for Ghost to show off just what that high end looks like, plus Baskin getting to show us that he's certainly still got it at the SPL level. Still mention Myth here, as there are some shakeups in the draft. This time, Baskin will be piloting the Giannis, almost as if to just show that he can make it work here for them. Polar Bear Mike is back on the Yamoja, but Mifflin, the key has got to be, do you think that Renegades' draft gives them some better options this time?
I think they can certainly look to get aggressive in the long lane if nowhere else. Rowe playing this Jormungandr shouldn't really be able to bully out the Kukulkan, but Barracuda on Chernobog, the Barabog if you would, and Fafnir coming through as well means that if at any point Panda Cat's caught slipping, there's so much damage potential just from the 2 core members from Renegades that might be their way to fight in, which is hard to say because they're playing against Heimdall, potentially the hardest hitting hunter in the game. Short of that, as far as jungle presence goes, Lazar playing this Nike should look a lot better. He can engage a lot more easily easily. He doesn't have to worry about farming out his own jungle and losing his life, as he's going to have that second health bar once he hits level 5. But Sanford Soccer on Erlang Shen should be able to feel so much more pressure in the early game than this Nike will be. This Baskin on Yanis, it's a lot less pressure than Agni has, but since Ghost Gaming drafted 2 very strong side lanes, it's just going to create space for him to farm up freely and get XP online.
I'm expecting we'll see some good value come out from this Yanis, as you mentioned, but Baskin, I think this time should be able to show us that some of the ultimate can do some other things for us too, when it's not purely used as a defensive tool. Venenu did not get a lot of options, I think, to show the utility, the ability to move your team around the map proactively, to look to make plays or things like that. Instead, it was often just sort of a last-ditch effort to try and either get them out or find some much-needed damage. So not only should maybe the composition get a chance for Baskin to look better, but the game state as well. I doubt they'll be down 6 or 10,000 gold in 16 minutes the way that we saw in that first game. So Baskin should get to be a bit more comfortable in his usage.
Yeah, you can only hope. Already Renegade's off to a better start. Baskin hasn't first-blooded Ven just yet. That's fantastic,
true.
But look at the XP differential. He's already a full level up over this Agni just because he's been able to farm out the back camps, get the mid camps, farm up red, clear out waves. He's splitting a lot of jungle farm with Sam, which is fine. That's what you pick these bridge pick junglers like Erlang Shen, like Robin. It's just to facilitate your mid laner, and so far, it's been working out just fine.
Polar Bear Mike getting aggressive again right next to the purple buff, but it's defended. We saw him rotate over to even look and see if he could maybe find a cheeky red buff steal. That really was not particularly happening. But I like that Mike is being aggressive with this Emoja, not just walking in and standing in melee range and trying to steal your buffs, but I mean that he's proactively looking around the map to see where he can make plays. I think that there can be a bit of a misnomer there when we use the word aggression, as it looks like the purple was stolen by Awesome Jake. But can he get back out of there with his life? Mike's out of Omi and doesn't like they're moving up aggressively, so Awesome Jake should just get away with it.
That's clean play. He recognized the second he walked up. You can see he was hesitant to use the jump, but then he sees that Mike's got nothing in the tank left available. So it's a clean purple buff steal, which should give them a slight edge in the lane as far as XP goes. Now they have to leverage that. Renegades need to look for some ganks. Lazarus should likely head over and try and establish some dominance, especially considering the aggressive positioning from Ghost on every single one of these waves.
They'll be up, and there will be ganking opportunities there for them, so perhaps we'll see Lasbra start to look at it. He does appear to be just a little bit ahead of Sam right now. He's already ticked over to level 5, whereas Sam has not. But both of these junglers right now, the Nike and the Erlang Shen, these warriors in the jungle, their potential to suddenly get a kill goes up so much with these ultimates. And there's some junglers where that's true and some where it's not. But I feel like both of these guys, when you add in that 9 turns blessing, when you add in that Sentinel of Zeus, they become so much scarier.
Oh yeah, this Nike has got fantastic gank potential into that duo lane, as well as into the mid lane if Baskin's ever caught with his portals down. That said though, Erlang Shen electing to pick up that Talaria boots means he's going to rotate around the map very easily, stick to his targets, leverage that additional power that comes from his first ability and his third ability if he decides to go into that ferret stance. It doesn't really matter that he's sacrificing a bit of attack speed, a bit of damage, because he's got so much built into the kit. Instead, that movement speed is going to be much more valuable.
Maybe a bit of a play being made here. Ultimate used first to try and lock down Awesome Jake. Now, Jake has his ultimate when he lands, so if he feels the need, he can use the Draconic Corruption. But look at this. Baskin was waiting over the wall with the through space in time, and Awesome Jake is locked in the River's Rebuke. That means First Blood belongs to Ghost Gaming. Now, Polar Bear Mike, though, is in a bit more trouble. Lasbra suddenly shown up and gets a double, cuts down Panda Cat and Polar Bear Mike. But Barracuda was on the wrong side of all of this. That meant that he ends up dying, but Baskin hides in the portal, gets away, and somehow they make it an even 2 for 2.
That 30-second block of Baskin's play was so enormously impressive to me. He perfectly timed his ultimate to hit Jake the second he goes into the dragon form, and then he uses the portal on the ground to avoid 3 meteors from Ven. That's the only thing that gets him out of that situation alive.
Literally the only line of play that doesn't end in his death, and he manages to find it. Lasbra with that Ren just barely didn't have enough damage. I think he missed one of those ticks. Now Panda Cat and Polar Bear Mike can work together for maybe a double. Venenu is nearby and low as well. Vin still had enough for the dash so that he can escape, but Panda Cat will not move up with Polar Bear Mike to join him, so Lazarus should be A-okay, even with this last bit of damage coming out. But what an exchange over here in the left lane. There wasn't a ton of action, and then all of a sudden it all kicked off.
Meanwhile, Ven got stuck in that lane for a little bit as he had to peel out Mike, make sure that his boy doesn't die. Lazarus in a little bit of distress there, and instead he has to stay. That gives Baskin some time to return back to base, farm up back camps, get himself a red buff, get himself another mid wave, and that XP deficit's starting to grow again. Now a level up, he finds himself a kill in that engagement as well.
And awesome Jake getting aggressive himself. That forces out the ultimate from Polar Bear Mike. And does lock down Jake for the moment, but Ghosts aren't exactly looking to get aggressive. That was more in the service of making sure that Mike didn't fall into too much trouble, but turns out there won't be that much action there.
I like the play from Renegades, though. They're looking like they're trying to get a much more proactive. They're playing around this aggressive duo lane. That's why all the fights are starting over there. It's Jake going in first, and then Ven and Lazar rotating in to help out. Barracuda playing that artillery strike from a range, and Ghost Gaming has to respond in turn. Fortunately, it has gone Renegade's way in terms of kills, but Ghost has been farming so efficiently that they're already looking at 1,000 gold lead. Still much better off than they were in Game 1.
Yeah, this is looking a lot better for Renegades, and look at Rogue keeping even over there with Fine OK in the Jormungandr v. Kakulin matchup, so they'll have some help coming out of the solo lane later. There's a big grouping on the left side near this purple buff spawning, but Sam has been caught out all on his own. He has been knocked up, and Venenu gets the kill. Barracuda rejoining, and Panda Cat gets flattened. Renegades, after that really frustrating Game 1, have absolutely bounced back here in Game 2.
And they've swung the gold lead back as well. Baskin does a ton of damage in that engagement, just not quite enough. He's using that more like a bolt-action rifle than a repositioning tool, and it's been working out for them so far, but I like to imagine had he used that on the wall, created an avenue of escape for his team, they would have been able to get out with their lives. Instead, he goes for the winning play to get the damage. I like that, the machismo from this Yanis in the early to be looking for these fights, but unfortunately, Ven's just going to deal more damage. This Agni is going to be much more impactful in the early phases of the game, even though he's got a slight XP deficit.
He's a bit behind, but as you said, maybe at least somewhat within expectations. We're up against a Giannis and how well he's able to farm. Baskin and Ven building differently, but Giannis, I think, kind of builds his own way. The Chronos pendant right away after finishing those purple boots, whereas Ven is going with the much more popular sort of flat pen build early on alongside that Divine Ruin. Got a little bit of a pause coming up here. No worries, we'll work on getting everybody back in. But so far, this has looked much better here for Renegades here, Mifflin. Looks like they might have a chance in this one after all.
Lazarus got a 2-level lead. Anywhere he decides to go is going to be a good fight for the squad, barring maybe the solo lane. Ganking a Kakulin with a Jormungandr at your back might not be the best call, but that's huge. If Renegades can keep this pressure up, continually looking towards the purple buff, maybe invade a red buff, look at Gold Fury afterward, this is the best position they've been in. 4-2 is the slash line. Ghost has already dragged back that gold lead ever so slightly, 300 in their favor, but XP should largely be in favor of Renegades.
Looks like it's still relatively close. I don't know that Renegades really have much claim, neither team, to a lead here at this point. And if we are at a state of relative parity here, Miff, does that benefit one of these teams more than the other? I mean, both of them should still be plenty strong in the mid to late.
I think they hit mid to late game team power spikes around the same as you pointed out. The only thing that really worries me for Renegades is their engage factor. They've got Fafnir to go in, but they have to contend with all of this backline dive coming from Ghost Gaming. Fine, okay, Sam for Soccer, PBM, they're all going to be playing incredibly aggressive. And once Baskin gets his full cooldown online, once he's level 20, he's not playing like the standard mage. Giannis is the type of god who's going to be diving to your backline, trying to be highly mobile, deal damage from weird angles. He's not playing in the backline like normal, so the dive from Renegades might only find Panda Cat.
And how valuable is that when you can use the Bifrost to reposition? So Renegades could potentially be struggling for viable targets in the late game, but that also depends on their ability to deal with that dive, right? Sam for Soccer, if they're able to turn and collapse on him, could become a viable target in his own right. It just kind of depends on just how much space is bought. As Awesome Jake just walks in and steals the red buff away from Baskin with a casual hammer, not bad from him, as Awesome Jake has played relatively well here in this set, all things considered.
I mean, he's got 100% kill participation. That's the second buff in 10 minutes that he's stolen away completely on his own. Jake's doing a lot to keep his team afloat and slow down the farm from the mid laner.
Venenu in some trouble, backed by his own red buff being forced out and locked down by PBM. Rivers of Bucus enough for the kill through space and time. Hits everybody, though, and that brings the kill thresholds down even further. Fido K takes care of Lasbra. Baskin hides in the portal, and then Sanford Soccer gets the kill. A quick 3 for 0. Just in case you were getting a little bit too high on Renegades there, Ghost brings everything right back down to normal.
And now they got the 5 stack on the Gold Fury. That gold lead that was just stripped away by Renegades has already been reestablished, and it's going to go even further now. The lead is starting to, again, slip in favor of Ghost Gaming. Yanis finding that through space and time on 2 targets completely changes the face of that fight. Final K rotates in perfectly, already transformed to get the maximum damage output, clean up the kills as well. There's nothing Renegades really could have done there. Barracuda gets caught out a little bit too deep into the 4 stack of Ghost Gaming. Jake was already forced out as well. His health bar was too low to stay involved in the fight. It's just clean play, clean aggression from Ghost. PBM really starts off that fight with the Rivers Rebuke, and from there, Renegades had no way to win.
He was a man on a mission back there, wasn't he, in the back line? Him and Sam were the initial sort of wave in, making sure Venenu got to do nothing that he wanted to that fight. The dash, his ult was all used suboptimally, and Ghost do so well kind of thriving in that moment. Sometimes you see players dying on their own back there in those types of situations, Myth, but that's because they're trying to make space for the rest of their team, and the team doesn't follow up. But with Ghost, it never looks like that. If someone goes into the back line, someone is making use of the fact that everyone else is turned in a different direction.
They're all playing completely aggressive. It's almost as if there are 5 solo agent divers on the side of Ghost, and since they're all doing the same thing, the teamwork just works out. I don't think there's another team in the SPL that Baskin would have fit into nearly as well as Ghost either, because he also has that spirit of Ghost Gaming. He's always playing aggressive, he's always looking to dive the back line, and it's just meshing really well with the boys.
I believe there was a point we saw him earlier on in this game up near Venenu's mid-harpies on that safe side where you have the little alcove. He was looking for the steal like level 2 or something like that. That's just the way that Baskin plays. He's always looking to try and make those aggressive plays. You mentioned earlier a through space and time he used, not for portals, but for damage. They don't always hit, but he's always shooting for the big shot, not necessarily even the smaller, more consistent.
Yeah, I don't think that Baskin even knows that he can use that to reposition his team. It really is the 4 button is bolt action rifle, right? And Woody Kim makes it look at this hits harder the further away they are too. So I could flex real hard. Yeah, Baskin makes it look easy. I love the aggressive playstyle that we're seeing for this Yanis. Now that Gold Fury is down, Renegades can't really leverage that aggressive dual lane pressure that they've been using to win out on these engagements because there's nothing to fight for over there. If we see Panic Hat decide to just play a little bit more passive, wait for the Gold Fury to respawn, all of this time period where Renegades could look to fight in is going to dwindle away since there's really nothing that Ghost has to respond to over there.
Well, we are back to the action here, Mifflin. What a series of events that was. The aggression around the red buff, the fury on the back of it, and now some action in the left lane. Barracuda has been caught in the grasp of Ghost yet again. Sanford Soccer will wait for him when he lands, pulls him in with the 9 turns, blessing it hits both. Oh. So Sam gets the first kill, and now can he keep up the chase? Awesome Jake desperately trying to keep the fight going, but he's been caught in a portal, knocked up, and Sam finds the double. Ghost Gaming appear to do no wrong.
Did you see what PBM was doing that entire time? He was 2v1ing Lasbra and Ven at their own red buff, while the rest of his squad was diving a tier 1 tower on left. It seems like Renegades can't find solace anywhere. PBM walks in alone, uses ultimate, trades out none of his health bar, and Renegades just walk away after losing a dual lane engagement.
And now Lasbra is in a bad spot. Now uses the Sentinel of Zeus, but he's already leaped. There it is to allow him to reposition back towards the tower, but Fino K won't slow down. It takes the shield to keep him out as Baskin proves he can actually miss, just in case anyone was wondering, but I doubt we'll see a whole lot more of those as Ghosts now head over towards the Pyromancer. No, I'm thinking small. They want some kills. They catch Rowe looking for the back, trying to grab this tier 1 tower, force the ultimate out from him as he is able to disengage.
But with him being forced out so hard, they could go to the Pyromancer like you alluded to earlier, but it seems like we're going to go back to a form of farming. Got to get that blue buff down. Speed buff's still available. They can just farm up their own jungle and get ready for the actual objective, Gold Fury, as it respawns. Right now, Renegades has pretty decent ward dominance on the left side of the map. Very aggressive wards. It's going to be hard for Ghost Gaming to deal with it, except Panicat already knows about it, man. He's got the Sentry ward on deck. Clear out that aggressive ward from Barracuda. He does lose out on the Alpha Harpy, but it's not too big of a deal. Right now, the jungle lead that Lazra had, it's gone. Sanford Soccer's 2 levels up. Baskin's a level up. We're seeing level equality between the solo laners. Duo lane's about even as well, but the core fight of the jungle and mid is completely in Ghost Gaming's favor.
And so far it has been. I mean, there was a question on the desk, Myth, about would we see some pressure from Ghost over in solo? And the answer has been no. Row is 0-0-0. Not because he's made any mistakes. There hasn't been anything happening over in solo. And Fine OK has rotated maybe 1 or 2 times out when Row hasn't. That has given Ghost an edge in a couple of moments. But for the most part, this battle has been won by Ghost through this mid lane, through the jungle, and Renegades have not been able to answer as Sam has to disengage Awesome Jake and Barracuda using ultimates, but PPM is killing Venenu elsewhere on the map as Sam continues to elude 3 in the jungle. Now for the re-engage. Basket portals in aggressively. They know that Awesome Jake is de-transforming, so another easy kill.
Every single time Renegades think they get a slight edge in one engagement, you got to keep your eyes on the mini-map because Ghost is winning a fight somewhere else. And even then, Ghost wasn't even losing that initial engagement. Now with 2 members dead for the next 20 seconds, this mid-tower's days, yeah, they're numbered.
Fine OK will be transforming here shortly as the Tier 1 tower continues to be chipped away at by PBM and Baskin. Lasbra lurks over the wall, has the Sentinel of Zeus, but where really is his opportunity going to show as Barracuda tries to defend the Tier 2 over in left? For now, the towers remain, but it feels like that's only because Ghost has decided they can stay up. If they truly wanted to commit, they'd be able to take them. But they'd rather be here for this Fury.
This Oni Fury is going to be so huge. Either it could go one of 2 ways. They get it for free, which is really nice, or Renegades show up and they get forced into an engagement. Seems like Ghosts are just going to have a little bit too much damage for their own good. It seemed like Renegades might be willing to move up to take that fight. Instead, they burn out that Oni Fury instantly. Now it's going to create wave pressure all the way across the map. Force Renegades to group up on those waves, make sure they don't lose out on some Tier 1 towers or Tier 2s, and it's going to allow Ghost Gaming again to force some artificial engagements 1 versus 2, 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1, wherever they want, because they know exactly where the majority of Renegades are going to be. That's the true strength of Oni Fury, not just the map pressure, but knowing exactly where everyone on the side of Renegades has to go.
They have to move up and try and defend these waves, and Ghost should be able to use the information. But so far, they're staying spread out, right? Doesn't look as though they're trying to group up and make some big play. So Renegades might be able to get away from this normally scary time without paying too heavy of a price, but just as I say that, slowly 4 members are amassing on this right-hand side of the map. So maybe Renegades won't get out as scot-free as I'd imagine. 2 members push down the Tier 1 and right, and really nothing Rogue can do there. The tower falls, and Ghost Gaming add even more gold to their collective total.
It's looking rough now. Pyromancer going to get aggressed on. No one from Renegades really wants to step up at this point. They're looking at a 6,000 gold deficit, and the damage output from this Erlang Shen is nothing to sneeze at. The Pyro burns down instantly. Baskin with the confirm. And the damage output that Ghost Gaming has, that dive potential, it's only getting worse as this gold lead grows. Renegades have to look to shut down Baskin. They have to look to shut down Panicat in these fights, but they're not able to dive in deep. And even if Lazra or Ven can find their way into the back line, I'm not even sure that they'd win the damage trade.
Yeah, Barracuda electing to go with some crit here at this point. You were talking about the ability of Renegades to get some of that damage trading out with Lasbra and Ven, but what about Barracuda's damage potential? As he's not going with the Rage you normally see in that spot, but an early Wind Demon, which he'll likely be following up here with this Executioner. I feel like Renegades are recognizing they can't afford to try and build for too much later into this game. They have to try and build to fight in these next couple of minutes, because if they wait much longer, I think the game might just get out of reach.
I really like the decision to go crit here. It's going to deal with that Erlang Shen's very squishy build incredibly well, but Barracuda, under some duress, going to have to use the ultimate to escape, but he can only land back down on a Shadow surrounded by 3.
Ends up getting taunted, does find a way to make it into the wall, and now he has some friends, but gets stunned the second that he comes out. But now Panda Cat taking too much damage. He's one of the furthest members forward and cannot escape. Lasbra finds a critical kill to shut him down, but Lasbra's low and might end up paying for it. In comes the Jormungandr. Rowe finally trying to get involved in the fight as he's already gotten his first assist. Brings another member down low. Fino K gets the kill on the Lasbra, but Rowe gets one on the board and shuts down Sam for Soccer. But Fino K can stick in the thick of all of it. He's got so much health. Gets a double kill and will try and stick to Rowe. Has him low HP and dead to rights as well. The portal isn't necessary. Fino K gets the triple kill, as at this point they can continue to do whatever they like.
Yeah, Renegades, you thought shutting down Panda Cat and Baskin was enough? The King Final K is not going to let a sub outshine him. Rotates in behind the engagement after it seems like Renegades make it out for free and picks himself up a triple kill, turning what was a 2-for-0 into a 3-for-2. Now the tier 2 tower, we can see that get aggressed on. We can see them regroup and try and spend up all that gold that they just got. Either way, Renegades have a huge hill to fight up, and I'm not sure that they have the anti-siege potential to defend once the first fire giant goes down. Maybe I'm just giving it away to Ghost Gaming already a little too early in my head, but I imagine that it's going to be them that pick it up.
Well, they've earned a pretty commanding spot, so I think you're right to feel pretty confident in this current position there for Ghost. It's just a question of if Renegades can find any stable footing, because it feels like every time it feels like Renegades have been able to get anything going, it's only because Ghost have had to slow down, because there's nothing left to farm, right? Every time I'm like, oh, Renegades are building some momentum, it's just because they've already gotten the Fury and their jungle, and they're just slowing down, waiting for the next thing to respawn.
I think you might have nailed it there. Ghost is winning too fast for their own good. They gotta space out that farm a little bit, but they've got no breaks. This gas pedal has been firmly planted down by the brick that is Baskin, that is Sam for Soccer, that is PBM, taking multiple engagements all the way across the map. Fine, okay, definitely in that conversation right now. Panda Cat's having a little bit of a quieter game, but that's absolutely fine. He's not playing poorly. He's actually playing incredibly well, but it's just working out across the board.
It has been dominant for Ghost here so far, but it looks like we'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out exactly how this one comes to its end. Give us a quick moment here. We're working to get everything sorted out for you so we can get you right back into the action, and we'll be back with more of the playoffs. And we are back. We just got through watching Fino K find that triple kill in the left lane for Ghost, and they're going to stay right on the gas pedal. Still Finch and Mifflin. Here is Ghost. Look to find a way to bring this game to a close. Renegades fully on the back foot, and this tier 2 tower will be dropping down. Just a question of where will Ghost Gaming go now. It looks like they'll be taking this opportunity to try and find a reset. And Mifflin, as we can find our opportunity to reset here as well, the map fully in control of Ghost.
That may have been the most roundabout way I've seen someone clear out a tier 2 tower just about ever. Instead of actually hitting it, but no one from Renegades was there to really help out, instead they send multiple members over to just try and zone out and let the minions handle it, let Panda Cat do it himself. They weren't quite able to find anything on the tail end of that, but I like that continued aggression from Ghost. It's very signature of how they've been able to find this lead. Now nearly 10,000 gold up, 20 minutes in. We might have reached parity with game 1. It just took a little bit longer to get there.
Yeah, eventually they were able to match that pace in terms of finding that stranglehold on the match. As you said, just took maybe a bit longer here this time. But Renegades perhaps have some better tools to try and fight their way back in, whereas the Giannis was struggling a bit for them when they're on the back foot. Perhaps this Agni can find some control, can find some of that burst, so they can get that dedicated target. The real problem, it feels like, though, is that this warrior jungle for them is a bit behind as well. Can Nike still provide this value there for him? I mean, he's only level 17. He is still close to where Sam is.
His damage output is good at this point. He's already got the Erendite online. Void's going to give him a little bit of additional survivability as well as damage penetration against the tanks. But I don't think that this Nike's going to have a very easy time sticking in these fights. She's very good against burst damage. She can sustain through it. That ultimate almost can be used like an Aegis. But with the sustained damage that comes out from Ghost Comp, Erlang Shen's going to stick to her, as is Heimdall. Baskin's going to have his cooldowns up every 3 or 4 seconds. It's not going to be as easy for her to get that huge burst of impact upon entry.
So perhaps Lazarus got to find some other kind of way to get things done, because it's starting to get a bit bleak here for Renegades. Remember, with this tournament format, there won't be any additional tries. It is a best of 5, so even if Renegades lose here, they'll have another crack at it, but they would then have to win 3 games in a row up against Ghost. And that's not the situation you want to be in when you're playing with a substitute and you don't have the full roster. You want to try and make things as easy on everyone mentally as possible. So I feel like this game has a lot of extra pressure on it if Renegades really want to find a way to tie this setup.
Going down 2-0 in a best of 5, especially in a game that runs long like SMITE does. It's not like playing a fighting game. It's not like you're playing chess. This is going to be 30-minute matches at the shortest, 28 minutes, whatever it was. And then you have to do that 3 times back-to-back, finding a win. Going down 2-0 is nearly a death sentence in a situation like this, if not for your actual tournament life, at least for your morale going forward. This Fire Giant could be the final nail in the coffin. It seems like Ro's not willing to give it up, but it's not up to him. It's up to Baskin, and he says, go back to base in a body bag.
Hey, sends it back a little bit quicker even than he would have otherwise. Erlong Shen basic attack to seal it up, even though it wasn't particularly contested. Love having that up there. We'll get to enjoy that in the future as Ghost. Looks like they want to enjoy some wins right here and right now. Sam for Soccer keeps up the aggression. Benenu Dash does allow him to get away from the Ripper's Rebuke, but not from the stun as he continues to run. But think about it, Renegades are all kind of running the wrong way. This is towards Ghost's base. There is no safety. There is no refuge here. Polar Bear Mike gets back behind his own tower, but Renegades are going to dive beyond even that. Polar Bear Mike avoids getting caught in the ultimate. Benenu eventually gets the kill. Sam makes him pay for it, though. Lasbra falls for a double kill. Fido K here as Panda Cat wants a kill as well, and Sam does find the triple. It's a full-on deicide across the map, as even though things are maybe a little bit weird, it ended up the way that Ghost wanted it to in the end.
That was kind of nutty disrespectful from Ghost. They could have very easily sent just fine, okay, just sent Sam for Soccer to stop the backs, and likely they would have got a Phoenix, especially considering the mid-wave is already pushed up. They have Fire Giant, if 4 of them stayed back and just went for the objectives, it could have gone their way. Instead, all 5 members of Ghost say, oh, you're going for kills? Yeah, I want them too. You guys still get to pad your slash lines and I don't. So they all chase down the entirety of Renegades. Functionally, should work out just the same. They're going to get that left side Phoenix, and likely the mid Phoenix as well, as they still have 7 seconds left on the respawn, but they take a little bit of a roundabout pathing towards it. Now they're going to have to contend with 3 members, now 4 members of Renegades, but the Phoenix is burning fast.
It is burning quick, well below half already. Final K stays in Phoenix range, but it looks like this was a bit too much. The Ghost Boys use that ultimate from Baskin to disengage successfully, but perhaps they want to try and use it to re-engage. Baskin lines up a new portal, gets in range of the unstable vortex, but doesn't find much damage. So now they will look to re-siege, but a bit more honestly. Fire Giant on everyone except for Polar Bear Mike, but all 5 members here. Mid-Phoenix comes down quickly, and Renegades cannot defend it even with everyone there.
I like the call from Ghost. They see that Ro goes into the World Serpent. Barracuda goes up into the sky as well. They say, all right, well, let's back up. They can only do that for so long. And the second it was over with, they say, well, you know what? Let's take a peek at our gold lead. Yeah, we're rapidly approaching 20,000. We might as well go back in and see if we can swing ourselves another Phoenix. And they do. Now, 2 Phoenixes down on the side of Renegades. The only thing standing between Ghost and the Titan is a tier 2 tower and 1 lone Phoenix. Pyromancer's dead. Gold Fury's dead. Fire Giant's dead. Ghost Gaming's jungle all alive. The same can't be said of Renegades. Now 17,000 gold in the lead. Renegades are going to have to try and make a concentrated effort to defend at least one of these Phoenixes. It'll be the first 5-on-5 siege that we've seen this game. And Renegades has fantastic tools inside of it. If Ben can keep his ultimates available, all 3 of those are going to be a huge dissuading factor that Ghost Gaming have to navigate if they want to make it in safely. Lazarus can slow down the entirety of the team. Ro can dive the backline safely with that World Serpent. And Barracuda is actually doing incredibly relevant damage because Ghost Gaming is all going relatively squishy builds.
Everyone trying to put out as much damage as possible, it feels like, on Ghost as of now. And perhaps that really is sort of the winning line, right? To raise that kill potential across the team about as high as they can. They'll add to that with this Primal Fury if there ends up being another fire giant, which there will here in another minute. They don't have enough time to go siege before this one respawns, so that will help too. As really the entirety of Renegades have to just stay back at their base, try and desperately get what farm they can, and hope that they can make something work for them on a Phoenix defense, because Ghosts have so much damage potential, you can't afford to get caught by anybody.
Yeah, the phrases that come to mind when I'm thinking about Renegades actually successfully defending this Phoenix is they have to hope, they have to pray, maybe a miracle, because that's the lead that Ghost Gaming has right now. That's the type of lexicon, the diction that you have to use to really emphasize how dominating Ghost Gaming is in this set. Fire Giant going to be respawning in about 30 seconds. No one from Renegades really can step up. Barracuda does a good job pushing out that left side lane. They don't have to worry about their base for a little bit longer. It seems like Renegades might actually be willing to put up a fight here.
Yeah, forget everything that I was saying. Renegades are stepping out indeed. Maybe trying to catch Ghost Gaming off guard. Polar Bear Mike uses the wall as well to buy himself some time. He's able to retreat, and all the element of surprise is gone. If Renegades are going to win this fight, it's going to have to be heads up. The frenzies have been popped as Renegades continue to aggress. Panda Cat is low, and Laspra's able to get the dunk, but Sanford Soccer cuts Benini to pieces in the back line. He's got Fino K with him as they look to re-engage. Baskin blows up Row, and even though Sanford Soccer is low, he's able to disengage. The rest of Ghost are here, and the portal into Unstable Vortex proves to be too strong. Fino K takes care of Awesome Jake, and Ghost look to continue surging.
Then Barracuda steps up again. He realizes he can't escape. He has to trade the auto attacks, but Baskin claps him to death. Lazarus, the only one left standing, he falls as well, and the Fire Minion Wave already leading the charge, flooding into the Titan.
And that is it. That should be enough. With no one on Ghost up for the next 20 seconds, or Renegades up for the next 20 seconds, then even with just these three members, Ghost Gaming should be able to put a stop here to this game, with minions already in there to tank for them. And at this point, things get very, very dire now for the Renegades to find some strategy that can upset Ghost in the early, because we haven't gotten yet, Mifflin, to a point where Renegades are trying to dance around the Fire Giant on even footing, or maybe hoping their communication with Ro is up to par. It really hasn't even come up.
That's been Ghost Gaming MO since day one. Now it's looking a little bit more so because they can exploit the fact that Ro's not the normal roster member. They can keep running down these lanes and exploit these weaknesses in Renegades' draft. And it's working out. Ghost has won all of these games in the first 15 minutes in my mind. And it's just continually going down that path. Renegades need to play it a little bit slower, or they need to match their pace. And matching the pace that Ghost is putting on right now, that's a tall task. They might have to go to the Sanguine school of thought, group up, play for the late game, get some late game power picks, and just wait it out, buckle down, and hope that they can reach level 20.
Yeah, trying to find something kind of maybe like the Jingweis or some of their safer picks they like to go for. That might have to be the call here, Mifflin, at this point, because Ghosts are not giving them any room to breathe or farm. They're going to need some options that can withstand some of this early game pressure. Again, though, it's left to Renegades to try and figure that one out, as I'll get it back over to the desk to break it down a bit more.
Thank you, Finch and Mifflin. And, according to Miff, one of the things Renegades needs to do is hope and pray they make it to level 20 if they're in a different school of thought. They've already done that in the first couple of games. So at least there's one check mark there. The Renegades have now in back-to-back games hoped to reach some sort of late game semblance. It hasn't really happened up to this point. Ducky is still with me, though, to break down game number 2. Ducky, it wasn't a lot of fireworks, yeah, I suppose, over in that solo lane. We figured there'd be some pressure on that side of the map. What did you see there from the Coquelin, the dynamic between him and the Jormungandr here in this game?
I thought it was exactly what we expected. They kind of invaded every blue buff, which got Salmon flying ahead. Yamoja had dual lane pressure, because it's Yamoja. And then whenever the fights went wrong, the Yanis would just help them reposition. They could take the advantage in the around the map. There we go.
Right, yeah, and I think Baskin now in back-to-back games has proven mechanically, he's here to play, and he slots in with this team here very well. And, it's kind of time and time again, it was these power picks that Ghost was able to get. I mean, I hesitate to say for free in picks and bans, and with that'll segue into, well, it seems like another game maybe that was lost in picks and bans. But you look at the power picks that Ghost got, and then you look at their strategy here. They took away pretty much the same things as game number 1. 4 mid laners taken away. Venenu's able to pivot over to the Agni here. Are you surprised that the Renegades left up the Heimdall and the Umoja once more, given now what happened in game 1? Were you surprised to still see them available here moving into game 2?
Yeah, I am a little confused about that. Maybe they've been practicing against it and they have a strat where it's been working well in scrims, but I just don't see why you'd give up duo pressure.
Fair. Yeah, it's not something that you come by easy, and certainly don't want to give it up for free. Final K finishes at 5-0-8 on the Cullen, 5-0-13 for Baskin. Sanford Soccer also had a great game on that Erlang Shen. We wondered how that jungle dynamic would sort of look. I mean, all things considered, Ducky, I mean, would you say Lasbra at least had a pretty decent game on the Nike?
I do. I was actually surprised by that, because I didn't think there was anyone on Ghost that Lasbra could actually dive, considering Baskin just gets out with the Janus portals whenever Nike jumps in. Mm-hmm. So I think he was primarily going on the Heimdall, I believe.
Right.
But, yeah, I was surprised by his performance. That was really good. Good job, Las.
I mean, in a game where everything is pushing against you, to be able to find some pressure the other way is certainly something to hold on to. It's another game, though. Again, this is, game 1 was, 26 minutes. Game 2 is, 28 minutes. It's another game, though, where there's, a fight in there that the Renegades were able to look good in, kind of keep themselves in. It wasn't a complete blowout of a fight like it was in game number 1, but they have shown the ability to kind of stay in some of these games. It's now we've gotten to the point in the conversation, because it's been so clean from Ghost, that you have to look back towards picks and bans for game 3. Did they make enough changes from game 1 to game 2, or do you think there's still more improvement to be made with maybe some draft strategy here for the Renegades?
I would like to see Lasbra on a early game character like Erlang or Pele. And I think that makes up for the lack of pressure that they had going in.
Mm-hmm. Well,
because Renegades can definitely win these.
I think they could. I think they could. It's like the half-second delay, Ducky. It's getting us time and time again. But we'll look for picks and bans for game number 3 to see how these teams adjust. Remember, the continued thread for Ghost has been ban out 4 mages, Jingwei sandwiched somewhere in the middle, force Venenu onto a different pick somewhere around the line, and it's worked now to the tune of a 26-minute win and a 28-minute win for Ghost. So I think it's maybe a pretty obvious answer. I don't think Ghost have to change much. Now, the dynamic does change here. Renegades will have themselves first pick. Do you think that maybe opens the doors to some difference here, the difference between first pick and second pick?
Well, I don't know what they'll pick here, because I don't think Jake will play Umoja. The only thing I could see them top picking is maybe the Heimdall, I guess, since they banned away Arthur as well, so they're not going to go for that. Yeah, maybe they top pick the Heimdall here. But then Umoja's still up. They still have Kukulkan available for solo for Ghost if they want to go for that route again, since it worked well last game. But yeah, I'm not too sure. Not too sure what they go for.
I am curious, Ducky, and this is not necessarily picks and bans centric. What's kind of whether it's mental or just kind of game dynamic between like a 3-game set versus a 5-game set? I mean, Renegades obviously at this point have to win 3 straight. What's kind of as a player the difference between playing in a best of 3 versus a best of 5?
I mean, personally, I don't really know too much about that, because if you look at my past scorelines, I've never got to those games. Like,
no.
I can't give you the best example.
Oh, come on, you can't do that to me.
I'd assume it'd be mind-numbing and really draining going into those.
Fair enough.
But again, I wouldn't know.
Damn, Duck, you're going to do me like that on stream. That's brutal. I can't talk down to Duck. I didn't mean it. Aphrodite and Jingwei, though, still banned out here by Ghost. Arthur, Hercules, Hell, still following that same trend for the Renegades. Heimdall, finally a bit of difference here for Ghost. They're going to ban out the Heimdall, so if nothing else, at least there won't be 3 bans. Or 4 bans, rather, against Venenu from Ghost. Still might be 3, depending on how Ghosts ban out in the final 2 here. Umoja, so a big, maybe refreshing bit of change here for the Renegades. But to your point, we were talking about Umoja, I think, in picks and bans for Game 2. Not something we've seen Jake on all that much. Do you think it's a character that he could play pretty well, though?
I think if he changes his playstyle up a bit, he can definitely make it work. I mean, we just saw at the bottom of the screen at 100% win rate, so
yeah.
Hopefully, Jake whips that a spicy one. They take the Yorm away from Ro. It's probably one of his most dominant picks. He'll probably go Serb, I think, into the Yorm. Probably a comfort or Vamana on Ro's side. I don't know if he'll third pick it, just in case they want to ban him out. But if he doesn't pick here, that leaves it so Ghost may have to ban him out in the second phase, so Ven can then get a pick, which would be nice for them.
Yeah, good point. Good point. And so it's kind of, maybe that's sort of some advantage to picking where Renegades are in their spot. Now, it's going to be probably the earliest mid laner pick we've seen up to this point here in this set. Raijin picked second overall by Ghost, the Jormungandr in the solo lane. For 500k, Raijin there in the mid lane for Baskin. We've seen Baskin now on two of these kind of ranged, pokey, some mobility type picks. Raijin, obviously, I guess somewhat similar in how most of his damage is dealt. But now for the Renegades. You wanted to see Lasbra on something that can make an impact in the early game. Do you think Pele fits that bill?
I think Pele's a great pick for him. I'm not too sure if he has kill potential on the solo lane. Depends what Ro wants to pick. But, oh, there we go. Hu Yi is a different one. So they have a lot of pressure in duo as well. It's nice to see. So they got pressure in duo, pressure in jungle. I'm liking Renegade's draft. Ven may get banned out again, which is a bit rough. But so far, I'm really liking Renegade stuff.
Yeah, they're finally getting a bit of pressure on their side, which has been missing in spades from the first couple of games. Talk about lane pressure, and Uller now locked in here for Ghost. So you've got all the separate sides of the map locked in, left, right, and center. Just got to fill in the gaps there in between if you're Ghost. You brought it up, and I think it's a really good point to look at here. It's another round where Renegades have waited until later on to lock in Venenu's pick that will open up the door for Ghost to take away the Nuwa. Do you think something like that, a decision like that, is maybe just kind of confidence in Venenu playing whatever? We don't necessarily need to overextend to get his pick.
I'm assuming Ven's just got a god ocean that they're just diving into.
Yeah, right, not a pool.
Yeah, there's just so many picks in the back that I think he'll be fine, even if they ban them out. I think they're primarily focusing on picks that help Lasbra dive, like the Nuwa there, so Ven can just play safe and ult whenever he needs to. But I think Ven may opt for maybe... I suppose Chang'e may get destroyed by the Raging, but I'd like to see that pick come out, because I think it worked well when he played it before. If he did play it. I'm hoping he did.
You're wanting to see the Chang'e. Interesting. I think I would love to see it. I think a lot of viewers would like to see it as well. Cerberus, good mindset there, Ducky. You were wondering if we might see that there in the solo lane, or maybe in the support role, and won't necessarily see it on one side or another that we were expecting. It's going to be banned out, actually, by the Renegades, so maybe I'm all mixed up here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with the last couple of bans here that the Renegades have brought out?
I'm assuming they were just trying to get rid of stuff that would help pressure out the duo, so Kepri and Serb are great bans there. But I think Ro maybe goes for Mana here to dive with the backline with Lasbra, and then we'll pick soon, I'm hoping, 10 seconds. Ravana, great character, got buffed recently, crazy character. Fafnir? Wait, is that Umoja solo?
Yeah, but all right, so now we have to think about this, because in game one it was what? Xing Chen, we locked it in, we were for sure that was Jake, and then an Amaterasu later in the draft, and they flipped things around. Umoja and Fafnir. All right, you're a solo laner, you're here in the pick and ban phase. Giannis obviously will go to Venenu. Are you more excited to play a Umoja into a Jormungandr or a Fafnir into a Jormungandr, I guess is the next question.
I'd rather play neither. I'm a little baffled. I liked their pick until the second phase. I don't know what went wrong there. What happened, boys? Like, that was going so well. And then Ghost gets RTO, so one of Aurora's top picks. Oh, come on, boys.
You think this one... Your disappointment is palpable. You think that this draft phase slips away from the Renegades a little bit, and you like Ghost a little bit better moving into Game 3?
Yeah, I think I prefer Ghost again.
Fair enough, man. I think that I agree with what you were saying. Umoja, Pele, Hou Yi to start things off. It's a great look for the Renegades. Fafnir throws a wrench in the mix. I mean, you're looking at Umoja for maybe Jake. You're thinking great. You're looking at Fafnir for maybe Jake. You're thinking great there as well. Giannis to round things out. Backs against the wall now for the Renegades. They need to win 3 straight. Ghost, they just got to win it one more to move on to the semifinals. Can they do it? We'll go down to Finch to find out.
Thanks, Dave and Ducky on the desk, as we move into Game 3 between Renegades and Ghost. And so far, Ghost have made the job look relatively easy. They have been playing with a renewed sense of aggression here in the early game, and really Renegades, Mifflin, have not been able to answer. Do they have the tools now with Ro on this Yamoja in the solo?
Ro on Yamoja and solo is gank food as far as my mind is concerned. Outside of that, I like what we're seeing from the Renegades. Now we have Hu Yi, Fafnir, we have a Pele as well. That's unbridled aggression compared to what we saw from the Renegades in previous matches this set, so they might be looking to match the pace.
Perhaps that's the call. The horrific emblem has already come out from Awesome Jake, but he is the one that is being locked down. First blood for Ghost as Polar Bear Mike is playing well on the Ardu. You saw it reminded Ducky of Aurora. Well, Polar Bear Mike can be aggressive with it too.
Well, at least Lazarus was there to clear out the purple buff before the first blood invade goes through. I mean, that's
right. They couldn't steal it.
Immaculate foresight. Immaculate foresight. Lazarus says, okay, what's going to happen here? Jake's going to die. Got to get this purple buff. And it works out for them. They're able to mitigate some of that loss. But first blood landing onto that Ardio is probably the second worst case scenario. Worst case is it lands on a Panda Cat, but now this Ardio is going to get an early lead. She's going to get the ability to just sit in as hard as she wants to. She can stick to this fight. Jake falling behind this early on means that that aggression that we were highlighting from duo lane earlier, it's probably been completely stilted now. He's not going to be able to play nearly as high octane, as action-packed as he once thought he could.
Leap in for Panda Cat. Axe still lands onto Barracuda instead. Panda Cat, even when he misses, he hits. They can't keep up the aggression, though, on this left-hand side, so they have to fall back. And I don't like correcting my tier 2s there, Mifflin, but the worst-case scenario is actually if that first blood somehow lands onto Woony in the middle lane.
Yep. Oh, you're right. Yeah.
But I get what you're saying. Landing on the Ardio is not very good either. This has been a great start for Ghost.
I mean, at this point, Ghost might as well rebrand to Basket and the Boys with the dominating performance that we've seen so far. It's insane. Basket can just bring this energy anywhere he goes. I don't know if anyone was actually worried about his ability to perform at this SPL level, but if they were, now they know, and if they were, shame on them, because we all know, the real SMITE fans know, Woony Kim is not to be trifled with.
No, absolutely not. So far, he's had an excellent showing here for Ghost Gaming, and really for Renegades. I mean, have you felt like there have been a bunch of egregious errors? It feels like things like this, where you're just trying to go to your blue buff, and suddenly there's a trap waiting for you. An excellent defense so far as Renegades actually defend the blue buff, and should be able to pick that one up. But still, that just goes to show the amount of control that Ghost have had up until now, that they're waiting in the enemy blue buff to spring a trap.
But the red buff gets contested. PBM moves up, but the Hog is enough to secure it in favor of the Renegades. I think that Sanford Soccer saw that he was already at a level deficit there. He didn't want to fight into Pele at level 4, considering he's already an only level 3. So I like the discipline from Ghost. They say, okay, we got there first, but maybe this isn't our best engagement possible. Let's back up. Let's look for aggression elsewhere. Instead, now Sanford Soccer can go back to farming, trying to get to level 5. And Ghost Gaming has that fallback. If they can't win out hard in the solo lane, they can still rely on Panda Cat. They can rely on PBM. They've already got the pressure there. They don't need to risk it elsewhere on the map.
And instead showing that cooler heads can prevail, which is pretty important here for Ghost, because they have shown us a couple times here that they've got a willingness to go a little bit off the rails, but obviously when they're 2-0 with 2 very quick games like we've had so far, then they're playing very, very clean. But still, Renegades are in it. It's not as if, Mifflin, those first 2 games carry over, right? They do not impact this third game at all. So Renegades can certainly still hold on. They've got problems now, like an Ardio and an Uller getting off to a good start in lane, but that's about it. I mean, everywhere else, they can find ways to turn things around. Lasbra's on Pele, which has been one of his better gods so far this season. If Renegades are going to find a way to turn this set around, then I feel like putting that god in Lasbra's hands is a pretty good way to start.
I agree completely. Lazra needs to be that aggression factor, that X factor for the Renegades, but he has to do it soon. We're already looking at nearly a 2,000 gold lead in favor of Ghost Gaming, and we're 4 minutes into the game, Finch. And that's how I know that you have stronger mental fortitude than me. The fact that you said that games 1 and 2 don't affect this match, my mental would be drained. I probably would have shed at least 1 tear going forward. I mean, it's been 40 minutes, and we're already on game 3. That's absolutely insane. Renegades has ways to fight in now, though. This Yanis that didn't look so good in Game 1 has the backing of an aggressive duo lane and an aggressive jungler to make sure that he can farm up to the late game safely. So I think that I like this Yanis pickup for once in my life. I think that Jake's been having a very good set so far, and if he keeps going forward, he could look to get aggressive.
This is trouble for Barracuda. How does he find that ricochet? If y'all were wondering if John Salter still has it, he does, even though he dies. Lasbra trying to find the kill. Baskin goes all damage procs there. Does not try to help out at all, but it is enough damage to find that kill. So it's 3 for 1 for Ghost, 2 for 1 in that little exchange. But still, they come out on top, and Baskin goes in with the Thunder Crash. Polar Bear Mike is right there to back him up with a 2-man stun, but Baskin should be dead to rights. Had to use the beads, but it does set up for this kill onto Venenu, and Baskin is still alive even now. How did he survive?
Baskin doing his best Captain Twig impression says, I need some more damage online. Third ability? Yeah, we'll use that one. Now Jake getting turned on. The dive is on. Barracuda's there. Nice body block.
But Polar Bear Mike lives through it too, gets the kill into Awesome Jake. Barracuda with the dive bomb goes up. PBM gets the heal off that first ability, but there's just no way he can live from this position. So Barracuda will find a much needed kill in order to respond. But how did Ghost get out of there? The fight's not even done. Lasmer wants to get aggressive, but of course Baskin shows up to get another. 3-0-1 is the starting slash line.
Someone's gonna stop this, man. He's jumped in more times in the last 2 minutes than I've jumped in ever on Raijin. I just got this in for production. He escapes that engagement with 10 HP. Literally it's 2 digits, 1-0, and he makes it out alive. His juke shoe's impeccable. Ghost Gaming responding to a teensy bit of aggression from Renegades and says, you can have your 2 kills, we'll take 6 in return.
Yeah, I mean, you could call it juke shoes. I call it calculated. I'm pretty sure Baskin had that down to the 5 HP plus-minus differential. So he was not worried at all in that tiny little engagement. As this is just a quick look back at how Baskin barely managed to get out of there. And we're giving Baskin all the credit. Mike did play it nearly perfectly, getting the 2-man stun and getting the kill to make sure there was no follow-up. But yeah, I guess we got to make it about Baskin.
Yeah, 9 more HP than the King needed, and the aggression isn't stopping yet. PBM reprising his position on the enemy purple buff.
And Panda Cat has made his way back out of the fight, but Lasbra deletes him. If you were wondering if Pele has burst, we just saw it. Sam for Soccer gets the return kill, though, so it's 1 for 1 so far. And Baskin can't worm his way out of this one. There's just no way. I will not allow it, and yet he does! Baskin, Thunder Crash gets out of there, and Venenu, now stuck in an awful situation, will not be allowed to use the portal, so Sam for Soccer gets the kill, and Lasbra doesn't know where Baskin went, so the back will get off, and he returns to base safely. What was I thinking? My bad. I apologize, I suppose. If you want it in writing, if you want it in triplicate, I'll send it. I'm sorry. Of course he lived. What was I thinking?
We're 12 kills into an 8-minute game. That's absolutely insane. Now Ghost Gaming nearly 4,000 gold up, 8 minutes in. No objectives have been done. We haven't done a gold fury. Pyromancer hasn't even spawned yet. No towers are down, but already we're looking at a commanding XP and gold lead. I'm not taking it back. It's called Baskin and the Boys now. That's all I'm going to call them. Look at that. Nearly 4,000 gold, nearly 4,000 experience, and Baskin has gone undying, although brushing with death twice already.
Brushing is too generous. My man has crossed over into the great beyond and somehow returned at every turn. It's been really, truly impressive here from him so far. A 3-0-3 slash line. And again, I don't want it to be lost in all of this that Ghosts are playing really well around Basket, right? I don't think that he gets to just do all this that willy-nilly on his own. Instead, there's been tons of space created by Polar Bear Mike, by Sam for Soccer, and Panda Cat. This is a player they have not gotten a ton of practice with, and yet they all seem to be on the same page already.
It seems like the call was Baskin goes sicko mode, we'll follow up, and it's working, but now he's in a little bit of pressure. He gets hit by the through space and time,
but he's
immediately
fine.
Jumps out, uses the ultimate. Yeah, he's fine, right?
Yeah, there's no way
He's
gonna
actually
die. I will
fine!
not announce his death. I will not announce it. I just won't do it until I actually see it show up in the kill feed. Barracuda does take care of Polar Bear Mike. Yes, as Barracuda hops up with the dive bomb. Sanford Soccer steps up, but gets a point-blank unstable vortex from Venenu. So a couple of critical answers back here from Renegades that they absolutely needed. And PandaCat's got to keep running. He's in danger of getting collapsed on yet again with Lasper coming topside. Couldn't quite find the damage, so instead, PandaCat makes it out.
Finch, yet again, you're a better man than me. I can't believe you were willing to make that he's fine call when he's staring down the barrel of an ulting Pele gun. That's absolutely nuts. Yeah, it's happened again. But Renegades do take that fight and they win it out on their own and they're able to fight back in, but the gold deficit is still so huge. They haven't closed it up at all. PandaCat, doing his best Zapman impression, says, you know what? One more wave. What's the worst that could happen?
And apparently he was right. PandaCat survives through it all as well. I know we've been having a little bit of fun here, but remember, a lot on the line here for Renegades, and they absolutely are still battling in with everything they got. It's just, unfortunately, they have to fight into Baskin. This is not what they signed up for here at this point. He wasn't a part of the SPL last they checked, but he's here now competing at this highest level and making life hard on them. But look at the actual levels. They're not that far behind. Lasbra right there close to Sam. So is Awesome Jake. They're even in mid and the ADC role. Ro is a bit behind on this Yamoja pick, yes, but Renegades are still close here in this one as Baskin forces Beninu to run away over the wall.
It is deceptively close, isn't it? But Renegades are constantly on the back foot. They're playing reactionary because Ghost Gaming is taking the fight to their back camps. They're taking the fight to your purple buff, your tier 1 tower. They don't care that it's 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in. Doesn't matter. They're constantly looking to fight, even 1v1s across the board. Look at PandaCat seeing what he can do, but Lazra, creeping in the jungle, might be able to find something in return, but he's been spotted out.
He's lurking over the wall, and PandaCat does have beads, but not the easiest thing in the world for an Uller to get away from a Pele if he is caught off guard. But this wary positioning, PandaCat certainly senses that something is up. Suddenly, Barracuda wants a fight. I don't know that I like it, so PandaCat starts to back it up. Even with this encroaching presence in the jungle, a great ability to stay calm there from PandaCat, and he makes his way out of it.
Lazarus spends so much time sitting around. He was only 1 level down. Now he's looking at 2 levels on Sanford Soccer. He's just trying to find some way in to put PandaCat down, but it wasn't going to work. Now he's going to fight into an XP deficit. They're grouped up on the red buff. 3 members of Ghost circling. They smell blood.
Going to step forward to see if they can find a red buff invade. Looks as though that was successful. 2 on their side is a pretty easy hint. So up to this point, though, Ghosts of Proven can go wherever they want. I mean, I just gave my speech about how close this was a mere moment ago, and yet the numbers tell me differently as Polar Bear Mike steps in, finds the stun, and suddenly Awesome Jake does not have a health bar. Through space and time from Venenu, he tries to catch up, but Sam keeps him from rotating in the jungle. Great work to allow Ghost to keep up with the pressure, and just barely Renegades are able to make it back out.
Sanford Soccer, like a gatekeeper, he's going to pay the troll toll. You want to go in then? It's going to take your soul and also 80% of your health bar. How about Gold Fury as well? Ghost Gaming, it seems like, yeah, Renegades were at a point where they could fight in, but at no point were they willing to. Instead, they're going to trade out the Pyromancer. They should be able to get it for free. No one on the side of Ghost Gaming seems to have spotted it out. But again, that's a huge trade in favor of the boys in red. Now they can back up. There's no objectives to be forced. You can see them go back to farming. Renegades might actually be the beneficiary of that if Ghost Gaming aren't able to continue forcing fights.
It's scary to see Ghost clicking on this level because remember, Sanguine get to pick who they face next between Radiance and the winner of this set as PandaCat has to use beads to disengage. A good axe, but Barracuda beads through and gets the solo. That was desperately needed from Renegades, and maybe Barra can inject some life back into this for them.
That's a huge pickup. He gets the free farm now. He forces out the bead, so if Lazarus is able to rotate through, they can look to do that exact same thing yet again. But Barracuda trading out his beads means that he's under some pressure now. If we see that the Sanford Soccer decides to rotate over, he's got to be the same level of wary that PandaCat has to be. It's a net positive trade for Renegades, but they might not be able to push the lead as far as they'd like because of all the utilities that Barracuda had to expend in order to get that kill.
He's not quite safe enough for them to really try and look to make much more happen. So they'll have to settle for finding that pick. But you mentioned it earlier. Sometimes you just need to see one go in, and that's what Renegades were able to do. Yes, Ghost have been playing really aggressive and escaping with 10 HP, and it looks like everything's going their way, but it's not some magic spell on them. You absolutely can overcome them, so that's what Renegades perhaps needed to see there. Sam waits in the jungle for Lasbra, avoids getting hit by the knockup, but it's not enough for the kill. But what about poor awesome Jake? Only level 9 and suddenly surrounded by 4. Sam blinks past him for Venenu, but comes back to complete the task. Jake uses the ultimate, but they'll wait for him when he lands to get yet another kill, but it does end up costing Sam his life. So Baskin point blank puts out the Taiko drums, is able to put in the rest of the damage too, as Fino K starts to get involved, uses the third charge back into the tier 1 tower, but will rejoin Polar Bear Mike to look for more kills. They shut down Row and make it a 2-for-1.
Ven is able to make it out with his life. He trades out his Aegis to make sure that he could maintain his life. Now, Ghost Gaming have the aggressive positioning. They could look to go for that tier 1 mid tower, but instead, again, circling like sharks, looking for blood. Lasra clears out the blue buff just in time, doesn't get it stolen away, and he makes it out with his life. Ghost Gaming maybe let a little bit of an opportunity slip by there. They don't push the objective any further, and instead go back to farming. Right now, Renegades are doing a good job fighting into every single one of these engagements. Sam for Soccer is not an easy man to kill. Level 13 Robin, 15 minutes of the game. He's already got Erendite and Crusher online, but they were able to fight in. Jake performs admirably there to make it as far as he did, to force the entirety of Ghost Gaming to take that fight between the towers. I like what I'm seeing for Renegades. This is the best they've looked so far this set.
Gotta make sure they keep trying to make Ghost Gaming pay as much of a price as they can. I think that's how they've managed to keep this one at least within striking distance up until this point here, Mifflin, is by trying to find a couple small ways here and there, like Awesome Jake living just long enough to where they have to overcommit, or Barracuda getting that kill onto Panda Cat over there in left. These small pieces are what are going to keep them at least within striking distance later on down the line.
But it's still, the hill is already so large. 5,000 gold in favor of Ghost Gaming. XP as well. The objectives are just now starting to spawn. Gold Fury in just about 1 minute. That's where we're going to see the real next concentrated effort from the red team to try and force another engagement. Renegades have been able to take fights between their towers. I'm not sure how well they'll fare on a neutral objective.
I like this positioning, though. They're trying to make it so there are no good walls for Venenu to portal through. They've got him basically surrounded, but how long can Fino K keep that up? He has to retreat back towards Row. Has Sam for Soccer here to back him, but the overhead kick allows Sam to evade, make his way through all this control from Row. So the tier 1 tower stands, Venenu stands, and yet again, Ghost getting aggressive, can't quite find a way to capitalize on the weakened Renegades.
This time, not the over-aggression that we might have come to expect from Ghost. They pressure out the mid-tower, they deal a little bit damage to it, but they don't overcommit. They don't try and force a fight when they know that more pressing matters are on the horizon. Now, Oni Fury only 15 seconds away. Pyromancer just behind it as well. There are going to be plenty of objectives on the map. I'm excited to see where Ghost Gaming decide to go. If they go towards the Oni Fury, how are Renegades going to respond? Are they going to try and trade the objectives again, or fight into it? If they do decide to fight into it, it's almost entirely on Lasra to find relevant damage.
Mike blinks in first. The cripple makes life hard on Venenu, so he has to use the ultimate just so that he can disengage. Had to use the beads going from the cripple that was happening first. Jake has to use his ultimate to try and get away from Baskin. Polar Mike does get the stun, but into the backline comes Lasbra. But how much can he do? Volcanic Lightning does output some decent damage.
He's not alive.
It just is not enough. Finally, Baskin proves to be immortal as he is brought to the ground. But it's a 2-for-1 trade. The rest of Ghost still looking to pressure Row. Barracuda steps in to provide some peel, but now the damage comes his direction as they look for the turnaround potential. But Polar Bear Mike makes his way back out of there. We can't say the same for Sam, though, as Barracuda barrels back down on him with the dive bomb and at least makes it a 2-for-2.
The gold lead still remains constant at 5,000. Ghost is playing so disrespectful with his positioning. There's so many things that they could be doing much more safely, but instead they continually try and dive this mid tower. It's almost a little bit stubborn at this point how much effort they've put into taking it, but it's getting lower and lower as time goes on. Renegades have 5 members alive, 2 still dead on the side of Ghost Gaming. This Oni Fury might just be enough to even up this game.
Panda Cat's nearby, but how safe can he feel trying to defend it here on his own? Polar Bear Mike is on the way too, and the damage from Renegades has not been enough to burn this without Ghost recognizing it. Out comes the River's Rebuke here from Ro to try and lock them down. The ultimate from Venenu doesn't find much damage as Ghost are the ones that claim the Oni Fury after all, and Renegades are left running away with nothing.
Well, it was almost going to be enough, but instead Ghost Gaming sealed away as Final K walks up, says whoop, and spits on it to get the objective for his squad. Now mid tower is going to fall as well. Pyromancer is still up this time. Ghost can continue their reign of triumph across the map. Instead of Renegades trading out something for nothing, now they're just going to get nothing at all. Oni 3 goes the way of Ghost. Pyromancer likely going to do the same. This gold lead's continuing to grow. The towers are starting to fall. Tier 1 in solo and mid down on the side of Renegades. There's nowhere safe for them to really fall back to if Ghost Gaming decide to back up, spend all the gold they just got, group up around Fire Giant, use this aggressive warding that they already have, and force a fight there.
It really has been stifling from Ghost, the pressure that they've had so far, hasn't it? I mean, they haven't given Renegades a moment to breathe. And I want to take a moment to just say that Renegades really have fought back every bit. It's been tooth and nail from them. I haven't seen any quit in this squad yet from what I've seen here, Mifflin, and still, even now, I'd argue that this isn't completely out of range for them. It's a 6,000 gold deficit, maybe a little bit more or less than that. But if they can hold on, they've got this Emoji in the late game with all of this sustain. They do have Fafnir with all the control and potential for damage he can provide with that AoE Coerce. They've just got to find a way to stall this out a bit longer.
I'm still worried about this Fafnir's ability to take fights in the neutral. If he goes into that dragon form, you gotta believe that PBM is gonna be there with the cripple field saying, well, you transformed, your Aegis is over now, you can't jump out, you might be able to, I don't know, throw some dragon spit on somebody, but short of that, there's not much you're able to do. But Lazarus' damage output is really what I'm keeping my eyes on. Once Ven starts to hit his power spikes, reach level 20, he might be able to deal enough damage to the backline that no one on the side of Ghost is gonna be willing to fight until they know where he is. There's a lot of ways that they can fight in, but around this Fire Giant, that might not be it.
Things do get a bit harder for them. Renegades don't want to give the Fire Giant away for free, but they also don't really want to take the fight. They're stuck in an awful situation of Ghost's creation. They're purposefully trying to force Renegade to choose between a thing they don't want to do and a thing they do not want to do. Neither option looks particularly strong for them at this point, so Mike blinks in, beads immediately from Venenu for the disengage. Barracuda stuck in the cripple field, stuck in the Tycho drums, and Fino K gets the kill. Lasper uses Volcanic Lightning basically into a wall, but gets the kill onto Baskin anyway. That's huge that he at least finds a way to cut out some of this damage, but the rest of Ghost can just rely on their synergy. They've been doing this all year long. Benenu in trouble in the back. Fino K will grab him. Awesome Jake is low. Well, that one belongs to Panda Cat. Make it a double as he shuts down Lasbra as well. Renegades stuck between a rock and a hard place end up getting neither.
Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place, smashed against the rocks, face first into a hard place. Nothing goes their way there. Sure, you kill Baskin. That's just the sub. That's just Baskin. The entirety of Ghost Core roster is still alive, and now they're going towards the Fire Giant. Road, the only one up for Renegades, going to try and defend it. But what can you really do? You're just one Yamoja.
But this is buying a lot of time. Basically, Mike has had to keep it leashed by himself because there is no DPS. So now Panda Cat and Sanford Soccer can rejoin, but that time doesn't amount to much at all. Ghost take the Fire Giant, the first one of the game, and extend their lead even further. Now about 9,000 or so gold out in front with the FG at their disposal. They can basically go wherever they'd like to on the map.
20 minutes in, nearly 10,000 gold, 11,000 experience. I'm getting deja vu. Is this game 1 and 2 again? I feel, maybe we just play the audio of the first 2 casts again. That might just work. But Renegades, still, they're in a better position than they were in the previous 2 games. They can defend against this. They've maintained all their towers to this point, which is a lot better off than they were in the last couple games. That said, now that Ghost Gaming already has that 10,000 gold, already has that Fire Giant, those towers being up might be a double-edged sword. They could just be treasure chests full of golden XP for the Ghost Gaming squad. I don't imagine Renegades are going to be willing to defend that Tier 1. They might commit a soft defense to this Tier 2, but I'm worried about how well they're going to keep out the aggression, the dive that Ghost has.
It's not going to be easy for them, but the game does simplify a bit around these Phoenixes on the siege. That's not the only axis that gets easier, too. The experience lead cannot continue to grow at the same rate. We saw most people are pretty close to 20 on the side of Renegades, some 18s, some 19s. So they're about to take that out of the equation as well, too, which really just going to be this gold deficit that they're up against. I won't diminish it. It's 10K, and there's going to be a bunch of towers to make it worse. But perhaps if it's just that one area that they're trying to contend with, Renegades can find that defense as Awesome Jake continues to be under siege.
Tier 2 towers already fallen. Tier 2 and mid getting a little bit of action itself. The tower has been pushed up too. The mini wave's already there, but Ghost is not willing to allow Renegades to take the defensive positioning inside of it. Instead, they're going to cut him off between the Tier 2 and Phoenix.
Sam takes some greedy pathing, but at this point, he has the HP to play with. They grab the Tier 2 tower in mid alongside the Tier 2 tower in left. That adds even more gold onto the pockets. It's unspent up until this point as they head towards the Gold Fury as well, but how much does it really even matter? They already had such a dominant lead here on it. But they'll back to spend it anyway. A full reset here from Ghost Mifflin before they look to make their siege, which could be the last.
Look, they've got 2 minutes left on the Fire Giant buff. Picking up that Gold Fury allows a little bit more time for Sam for Soccer to finish off stacking his Transcendence, now only 2 away. He finishes off the Heartseeker. Mantle of Discord now online for FineOK. That back is actually hugely impactful for Ghost Gaming because they finish off so many items across the board. It's going to be very difficult for Renegades to find the defense. It's on Lazra to make sure that he can kill Baskin again. It's on Jake to control the dive that's coming from PBM, that's coming from FineOK and Sam for Soccer. Ven's got to find his damage in the backline. It's a much harder to play Yanis around your Phoenix. He doesn't have that same wiggle room that the jungle walls afford him. He's got to be a lot more honest on this character once he's grouped up with his team. So Yanis a little bit weaker on the defense, but Barracuda on this Hu Yi gonna have a very easy time keeping the wave out. He's gonna make a no-play zone for Ghost Gaming while that ultimate is channeling. There's a lot of ways that Renegades can go in. If Ro's able to find a huge ultimate to separate the fight and manufacture artificial 5 versus 2s or 5 versus 1s for Renegades, that could be a way in.
Sam has a lot of damage, so he has to use the ultimate to disengage. But this is great for Ghost. I mean, even though Sam is being chased, the rest of the team can just burn down the Phoenix in left. Barracuda does get the kill. That is very true. But the team is going to have to back if they want to defend. The Phoenix is already down. They're not even going to let them back. The rest of Ghost are trying to push into the Titan room, but with 2 members successfully returning, they instead decide to engage through space and time. Hits 2, so Venenu cuts down Panda Cat with the unstable vortex. Baskin in some trouble, gets the Thunder Crash caught as Barracuda dies over in right. That fight is still happening in solo lane. Polar Bear Mike now stuck in between 3 members. Renegades maybe made the most out of this that they could, but they have already now lost that left Phoenix.
Hold on, you're telling me that FineOK took a 2 versus 1 against Lazra and Barracuda, made it out alive, and took Barracuda's life at the same time? That's absolutely insane, the amount of space he's able to create. And Lazra's going to walk into the wood chipper as well? What's going on, Renegades? You have to back up, play it safe now. You've already lost the Phoenix. You can't trade out your lives. That stagger death is going to be hugely impactful. Now, Renegades can't do anything to push the lead that they got from picking off PBM, from picking off Panda Cat. They can't move up to these Tier 1 towers because Ghost Gaming, or FineOK rather, did so much over in that solo lane.
He did. I initially had characterized it as him just working to prevent their backs, but he did a lot more than preventing backs, all right? Instead, he found 2 kills out of all of that. And that's just one of the axes that we have to look at. What about the impressive play that Venenu was able to make on the left-hand side, hitting 2 people with the through space and time? You see that showing up in the kill feed now as you look back at this impressive play that FineOK was able to make, finding that kill in the 2-for-1. So that was a complicated series of decisions that was being made across the map, and a bunch of things kept happening to change the way that we contextualize it. But I think it still comes out pretty heavily favoring Ghost. They got the left side Phoenix and are in position now around the Fire Giant.
Yeah, left side Phoenix, now 15,000 gold, defensive positioning around Fire Giant. I mean, I like Ghost's odds here. The slash lines are looking a lot better now, 13-20. Renegades might have more kills in this game than they did in the last couple, but still, it's going to be very hard for them to fight in, and especially considering they got fire minion waves flooding down the left side of the map.
Going to mean they have a timer of sorts to try and work with. Sure, they want to be here for this fight around the Fire Giant, but they have to keep being mindful of these minions that are pouring down left. They'll have to send somebody back. And Barracuda's not on the Chernobog this time. He can't just show back up. So do you send Venenu to through space and time? Do you send Ro to teleport? Ro doesn't have teleport. He's got Shell and Blink. It just makes it an even harder task for Renegades to try and defend.
Ven's the most consistent source of damage on the side of the Renegades right now. I don't think you could trade him out even for a moment in this engagement. They're just going to have to deal with that timer. Take a peek at Baskin's build as well. It's all pen and a singular piece of defense, that Mantle of Discord. He's dealing so much damage. He's got so much survivability now that it's going to be so hard for Renegades to find that dive. If Lazarus decides to commit Volcanic Eruption to him, well, you're going to get stunned off if you drop him low, and my man's just going to Thunderclap on out.
Fire Giant is low, down to about 3,000 HP. They did send Venenu, who has used through space and time to try and catch up. It doesn't find anyone. Fire Giant wasn't in Steel Threshold either, so the fight continues on even footing. Sanford Sucker over the wall and dunks down onto Awesome Jake. A ton of damage came his way. Ro falls as well. Lasper now in further trouble, stuck in the cripple field and can't even reach. Polar Bear Mike gets the third. Ghost Gaming now continue their onslaught, locking down Barracuda and providing no avenue for escape. Panda Cat gets the last one. Venenu may have gotten 1 kill to make things look a bit better, but Ghost Gaming now have complete control over the game.
Look, if I know anything about Baskin, he's going to chase down this kill. He doesn't care about whether or not this Titan falls. He's looking to pad that slash line, keep the legend of Woonie Kim running. The rest of Ghost Gaming, on the other hand, yeah, this is their team. They need to win. They want to keep going forward, make sure that Twig gets an opportunity to play inside the playoffs, and the Titan is falling so fast.
At this point, it's over. Ghost Gaming in dominant fashion, never really under much doubt. They're able to take the set here over Renegades and move on to the semifinals. So remember, it's up to Sanguine which of those 2 teams between Ghost and Radiance they play. But after these 2 games, I mean, Myth, does it really even feel like it makes much of a difference? They're both looking pretty good to me.
I don't know which one I want. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Ghost get the 3-0, but Radiance was looking so dominating in their set. Maybe Stang would just have to stress out over it. I think I would have preferred to just be given a team to play against. That's a hard decision to make.
Right, it might feel worse to pick your poison here in this spot, but obviously I'm sure Sang would have plenty of thoughts of their own, but this was a dominant performance here from Ghost. And remember, I think you make the argument that they're only going to get better. Twig will be rejoining them in the semifinals, so they're back to where they have all that synergy that they've built up over the entirety of this year. Obviously, we have to say goodbye to Renegades here after that loss, but they absolutely showed up and tried their hardest to find the win. It just was not enough on this particular day. I'll get it back over to the desk. They'll have them break it down from here.
It is indeed on to phase 2 for the Renegades and on to day 2 for Ghost. Who their opponents be, well, we don't know as of yet. We will know before the end of the show. However, game 3, same as game 2, which was the same as game 1. Ducky, at some point we're talking ad nauseum here. Ghosts kind of do the same thing they did in the previous 2 games and roll over Renegades. It does take 2 minutes longer than game 2, but this one is just kind of born from the same thing. What did you see here in game 3 that allowed Ghost to find the win?
Again, they just didn't pick pressure. they picked the Pele on Lasbro, but he can't
They
do
did.
much about it if his side lane isn't winning. So he can't use that pick to its full potential. So they just kind of lose. They lose every buff, and it just snowballed from there again.
Yeah, at some point, you kind of look back towards picks and bans, and I do want to mention this before really looking at the good that Ghost brought, because obviously the Renegades, they showed up today, played their hardest, but we were so excited through the first 3 picks. They're like, yeah, Yamoja, Asbra on a good pick as well. Things are looking great through the first 3, and they kind of mix it up. They put Yamoja in the solo lane. Kind of your final thoughts on the Renegades draft going into this one. Yamoja as a solo laner obviously doesn't work out here. Is there some merit to that, or does she truly belong in that support role?
I think she's much better in support. I don't think there's any reason to put her in solo when you have the option of putting her in support. She just brings so much to that lane that not many other gods do. So I think that was a misplay, for sure.
Sure, maybe a misplay there for the Renegades. But let's focus on the good here for Ghost Gaming, and I think that's really the more important thing to kind of bear in on. This is a team we weren't sure how they would look. Obviously, Baskin, we all know how mechanically talented he is, but I think the big takeaway is how well Ghost can kind of play around that. At 5-2-9, the Raijin looked good. I think FineOK had himself a day and a half, 7-0-8 on that Jormungandr. It's hard to kind of break down exactly who Sanguine might want to be picking. Do you think Ghost, playing the way they did today, might be the scarier team between them and Radiance?
I'm not too sure, actually. I think both teams kind of played out of their minds, so it'd be nice to see what they pick.
Yeah, I'm very nervous to see what direction, or Sanguine maybe are very nervous. I agree with what Finch kind of said. Like, now you got to pick your poison, and both of them are looking so scary after day number 1. This is a big, convincing win for Ghost. And really, if you look back at Radiance's set as well, the Knights take game 1, but it's a 3-game stretch there for Radiance, and then a clean 3 games for Ghost. So both teams that have now moved on to the semifinals doing so with a good bit of momentum. I was able to sit with Ducky, best seat in the house here for set number 2. The Twitter viewers at home, though, they've been sharing how they've been watching the playoffs up to this point. Rach Esports, we know her, we love her. She is watching in a beautiful setting, drink in hand, enjoying all the great action. Remember, continue to tag us at SMITE Pro, hashtag SPL, show us how you're watching, and you got a shot to get featured on stream. Best seat in the house, though, of course, next to you here, Ducky. Looking kind of at it through the lens of a solo laner, with Ro obviously there for the Renegades. Quick thoughts on what you saw from FineOK here today and what kind of role he played for Ghost.
I think he played his role perfectly. He used his advantage when he needed to, and he was very calculated in when he was wanting to go for buffs with Sam to give him a lead. So I think they did a stellar job. They did great.
Yep. Yeah, playing through FineOK was an obvious pivot point there for Ghost, and they did it very well. Well, it is Ghost who are moving on to the semifinals tomorrow, and as such, Aggro was able to sit down with Sam for Soccer and get a feel on how Ghost are feeling after their big win.
Thank you, Dave, Aggro, and Mackenzie, joined by Sam for Soccer. Sam, a quick 3-game set for you guys today up against the Renegades. I'm sure you expected to win, but did you expect it to go the way it did?
Yeah, I mean, we thought generally it'd be, I don't know if easy is the right word, but I definitely thought it'd be quick in general. I guess, obviously, them playing with Ro and us playing with Baskin, I think maybe had a big upper hand. I think Ro looked really good last year when he played, but I think he has to practice solo, so I think kind of hurts him a little,
Yeah, I was going to say, you guys got to bask in the glow of Woonyoung Kim there in the mid lane. Only a short amount of time with Baskin for you, Sam, but did you learn a whole lot? I mean, just being in the presence, I'm sure, is really a treat.
Yeah, sure. I mean, he's just a good player, right? I don't know about learning a whole lot, but yeah, just fortunate to be able to use, or be able to get, like, such good sub,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's pretty fair to say that Baskin was going poggers in those games for sure. But, that's for today. For tomorrow, moving forward for Ghost, you guys, I'm assuming, will be going back to Captain Twig, your usual mid laner. How difficult do you think that is? I mean, I'm assuming you've been practicing with Baskin moving up to the tournament, trying to get used to him in there in that mid lane. Is that a big deal, you think, going back to Twig here, moving forward?
I mean, we did practice Baskin this whole week leading up to the tournament, but I think we're just feeling confident playing with Ben. We played practice with him all like season, obviously, and I think maybe he even was able to like learn a few things just from watching Baskin play. But yeah, I mean, obviously you lose in a couple days of practice, but we're still feeling confident with him.
Well, hopefully you guys can repeat today's performance tomorrow up against your opponent. Good luck, Sam, and good luck the rest of the playoffs.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thanks to Agro for having Mackenzie there in the interview, and thanks to Sam for taking some time to sit with us. The big question here, Ducky, is who does Sanguine select to play in the semifinals tomorrow? It seems like neither option is a particularly great one based off what we saw here today. I'll ask your thoughts on it. We do know who Sanguine have picked in the semifinals tomorrow. SSG will get the leftover team, so let's take a look at the semifinal matchup for the Phase 1 playoffs. Sanguine have selected to play against Radiance in the semifinals. That means SSG and Ghost will be the second semifinal we have going tomorrow. All right, Ducky, based on what you saw today, and it's a very difficult decision, what do you make of Sanguine selecting Radiance as their opponents in the semifinals?
I think that was a good idea for Sanguine, because they're really good at playing around their early game. And I feel like Radiance kind of just chills for most of the game. So if they can punish that and play to their strengths, I think they may be able to take those games.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I mean, I guess technically Radiance was the only team to drop a game today, and that was a tough game 1 to the Knights before winning 3 straight. That means tomorrow the schedule will be Sanguine versus Radiance, kicking things off at 3, and then depending on how long that set goes, SSG versus Ghost will round out the day. Already in the semifinals, the winners of both of those games will be moving on to the finals on Sunday, and that'll be at 3 p.m. on Sunday as well. So, all right, I've gotten your thoughts on the Sanguine versus Radiance semifinal set. Space Station Gaming versus Ghost. That is a 2 versus 3 seed matchup, one that we've seen a lot of action back and forth throughout the phase. Do you think that one has the potential to be lengthy, or do you think Ghost maybe now have a little bit too much momentum? Who goes into that matchup as your favorite?
I think those games will be fairly back and forth, I feel like, especially with Twig coming back in, as far as I'm aware. It should be some good games. I think I'd like SSG to win. Out of those two teams, I think I'd vote for SSG.
Is that a brain vote or a heart vote? You know, you're in the game right now. The esports and live streams tab is open. Mm-hmm. You're trying to check off, get yourself some extra viewer points. SSG maybe for set number 2. What about for the first set of the day between Sanguine and Radiance?
I think I'd vote Sanguine. No, I'd go with Sanguine, yeah.
It's gonna be so exciting to watch because we haven't seen Sanguine play this week yet. We haven't seen SSG play yet this week, so you wonder how all of that plays into it. But it was a great day to start off the Phase 1 playoffs here in the SPL. Ducky, thanks so much for hanging with me to round out the day here today. We'll have you back tomorrow on our second set, so you and everyone else at home can look forward to that. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have the SCC 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow, so make sure to tune in for that. And then at 3 p.m., Sanguine versus Radiance, the first semifinal of the Phase 1 playoff kicks off. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you there.